I'd like to call the meeting to order for the City Council meeting of November 19th, 2019. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Councilmember Cordero?
Here.
Councilmember Moats?
Here.
Councilmember Soto? Here. Councilmember Waterfield?
Here.
Madam Mayor Patino?
Here. Thank you. Before we begin tonight, I'd like to share a few slides from the police department's trunk or treat event that was held this year for Halloween. Commander Schneider, are you in charge of this? Because that's what it says here. Okay. We'd like you to say a few words, and I guess you can narrate the pictures.
Yeah, we had our second annual trunk or treat. It was held at the police department on West Bitaravia Road. And this was put together by one of our school resource officers, Monique Sandoval. And this year we estimated we had close to 900 community members come through. We passed out about 111 bags of candy, so any dentist, you're welcome for the future clients. And we had about 16 vehicles from the department that we decorated and about 24 employees that participated and many employees who were off duty that brought their kids through. And it was just a great event, and it's always going to be held the day before Halloween on the 30th from 4 to 6 o'clock. So next year we'll look forward hopefully to seeing some of you attend. Thank you.
Thank you. You didn't have a picture of Officer Sandoval there, did you? You didn't, yes, and she's the one that put this together. I guess she asked our chief, it's been a couple of years ago, if she could do this. And he goes, what, are you crazy? Yeah. Anyway, thank you very much, Monique, for doing that for all of our kids. So moving on, the city attorney, Mr. Watson, would you please give the closed session report?
Yes, ma'am. With respect to the conference from legal counsel regarding Sell and Hutchinson versus City of Santa Maria, it was unanimously determined by council to enter into a settlement agreement with the plaintiffs and resolve the case.
Thank you. Our next order of business is Going the Extra Mile Award, and City Manager Stillwell will be making the presentation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. So it's my pleasure tonight to present the Going the Extra Mile Award. That's a semi-annual employee recognition we've had in the city since 2006 to recognize outstanding employees with who exhibit effective leadership on specific assignments, demonstrate positive service to a customer or coworker, go above and beyond the call of duty, show special initiative, creativity, teamwork, cost containment efforts, an entrepreneurial spirit in providing high-level customer service. And this is the 37th GEM Award bestowed by the city. And tonight I'm pleased to present the award to Dennis Smitherman from the Recreation and Parks Department, who is here. And it's quite a recognition. It's a recognition by his coworkers. And it's a competitive process, and you'll see in the agenda report, but Dennis has been working in Recreation and Parks on various assignments, and 2 of the division managers have retired, and he's picked up a lot of the slack from the work they've done, as well as being able to support the Mayor's Youth Task Force and the programs we're doing there, and the Leisure Needs Assessment, and working with the Recreation and Parks Commission, just a number of different assignments. So we're happy to recognize Dennis for his hard work tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Smitherman. Thank you so much, because I know it's difficult when you're shorthanded and you're picking up the slack and you're having to do the job of 3 people, not just one. But thank you so much.
Thank you. It's been a great year at Rec and Parks. We have lots of exciting activities, programs, and parks under renovation. Thanks to Alex for all the opportunities, and this year has been great because of the supervisors that have really picked up the slack, and it really helped us make this year continue to move forward. So thank you, Madam Mayor, City Council, Jason. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next order of business is a proclamation, and Councilmember Moats will be making the presentation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and this proclamation is for Small Business Saturday. And as a past small businessman, it brings me pleasure to make this proclamation. Whereas, according to the United States Small Business Administration, there are currently 30.2 million small businesses in the United States, representing 99.7% of all businesses with employees in the United States, responsible for 65.9% of net new jobs created over the past 18 years. And whereas small businesses employ 47.5% of the employees in the private sector in the United States, and whereas the city of Santa Maria celebrates its local small businesses and the contributions they make to the local economy and community, and whereas there are over 2,000 local small businesses in Santa Maria, and whereas statistics show that for every $100 spent at a local retailer, $67 will return to the community through taxes and payroll. And whereas the Santa Maria Valley Chamber of Commerce champions local business members through a variety of promotions year-long and on Small Business Saturday, encouraging the community to keep their money in Santa Maria. And whereas supporting local small businesses means strengthening the community, creating jobs, promoting commerce, helping nonprofits, and providing revenue for city services, now therefore Alice Patino, Mayor of the City of Santa Maria, hereby recognizes November 30th, 2019 as Small Business Saturday in the City of Santa Maria, and encourage all the residents and businesses of the city to shop at small businesses and support local retail. And accepting this award will be Jean-Luc Garon.
Madam Mayor, Member of City Council, thank you for these awards. I want to thank you personally as a chairman of the Chamber of Commerce for all you do supporting the Chamber. I want to thank Glenn for all the work and his team are doing to bring more people to shop in Santa Maria. So thank you so much.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda will be the public comment period. Madam Clerk, could you please read the criteria for the public comment portion of the agenda?
This time is reserved to accept comments from the public on consent agenda items, closed session items, or matters not otherwise on the scheduled agenda this evening. Unless otherwise directed by the mayor, speakers will have 3 minutes to comment. Direction to staff may be given. However, state law does not allow action to be taken by the City Council on matters not on the agenda. Once the public comment period commences, no other requests will be allowed to be submitted. And Madam Mayor, we do not have any requests for item 2.
Wow, okay. Okay, so before we move on, and Mr. Stillwell, did you have any comments you wish to make? Okay, so moving on to the consent calendar, Madam Clerk, could you please read item number 3?
Routine items are presented for City Council approval without discussion as a single agenda item in order to expedite the meeting. The consent calendar is approved by roll call vote with one motion. These items are discussed only on the request of council members.
Does anyone have any they wish to read?
I do, Madam Mayor. Items 3F and 3G, please.
3F and 3G.
For a separate vote.
Okay. Madam Clerk, could you read 3F?
3F is to conduct a second reading and adopt ordinance number 2019-09, amending various sections of the Santa Maria Municipal Code relating to tree maintenance, water service, water collection, wastewater collection, treatment and disposal, parades and assemblies, rules of conduct at the library, traffic regulations, and public safety and welfare.
Okay. Mr. Watson, shall we vote on those separately now and then take the balance at the end?
That would be best.
Okay, thank you. Okay, do I have a motion and a second?
Yes.
3F.
Madam Mayor, I make that motion for item 3F.
Is there a second?
Oh, I'll second it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the second reading
Yeah,
on
this
these
is the second
amendments, so
reading,
that's what we're
absolutely.
doing. Okay, any further discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Councilmember Waterfield?
Aye.
Councilmember Moats?
Aye.
Councilmember Cordero?
Aye.
Councilmember Soto?
No.
Madam Mayor Patino?
Aye. And 3G is the second reading of amendments to building and fire codes.
You want me to read it again?
Please.
Okay. 3G. Conduct the second reading and adopt ordinance number 2019-10, amending chapters 9-1 through 9-19 of Title 9 of the City of Santa Maria Municipal Code concerning building and fire regulations, and adopting the International Property Maintenance Code with amendments.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the second reading of the ordinance number 2010, amending chapters 9 through 1 through 9 through 19 of Title 9 of the City of Santa Maria Municipal Code concerning building and fire regulations and adopting the International Property Maintenance Code with amendments.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Councilmember Waterfield?
Aye.
Councilmember Moats?
Aye.
Councilmember Soto?
No.
Councilmember Cordero?
Aye.
And Madam Mayor Patino?
Aye. Okay, motion for the balance.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion to adopt the balance of the consent calendar.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Councilmember Waterfield?
Aye.
Councilmember Moats?
Aye.
Councilmember Soto?
Aye.
Councilmember Cordero?
Aye.
Madam Mayor Patino?
Aye. Okay. So the next order of business is appointments. Madam Clerk, could you please read the title and give the staff report?
The City Council will consider making one appointment to the Block Grants Advisory Committee. Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, as I just mentioned, the request before you tonight is to make an appointment to the Block Grants Advisory Committee for an unexpired term ending in July 2022. The board currently has one vacancy, and 2 applications were received from Daisy Basulo and Quinton Pinchal. Councilmember Soto has the opportunity to make a nomination.
And did you wish to make a nomination?
I do, Madam Mayor. I'd like to nominate Daisy Basulto
Okay.
for the Block Grants Advisory Committee.
Okay, and I think we're going to have a problem because of the conflict of interest, but Mr. Watson, our attorney, on the CDBG Grants Committee,
Clearly, an employee of a CDBG recipient will likely have significant conflicts. That does not preclude the appointment. It makes it more difficult for staff because they'll have to be regular recusals as required by the bylaws of the CDBG Block Grant Committee. It is within the council's discretion to appoint, but just recognize that there's a likely conflict for a paid employee of a recipient from CDBG grant.
and the food bank is probably the largest recipient we have. So I just don't think it's appropriate, this, if you'd like to get another, or you have Mr., what's his name here? Mr. Panchel, if you'd like to do that, or come up with another one, because that would be a real conflict. So when it comes to the end of the block grants, the person would have to recuse themselves several times, and then wouldn't have the information to even vote at the end. So that would be my concern. So,
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Do we have any other CDBG committee members who also have to recuse themselves because of conflict of interest?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Soto, no, not on a regular basis. We haven't had a paid employee of a recipient agency. We've looked back as long as we've been able to look back. We do have board members, and they do recuse themselves when there's particular projects, but not someone who's a paid employee of a recipient agency.
But even board members would have to recuse themselves from those, so essentially it's the same thing.
No, it's not, because they're not paid. That makes a difference, whether you get money from that organization or you serve on a board.
But
Because
there's still that conflict of interest either way. If you're a board member, there's a conflict, and if you're a paid employee, there's a conflict. And so my point is, if there's already other folks that have to get recused.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Mr. Cordero.
the fact that they're paid complicates it a lot more. Like, I'm on the CAC board and the United Way board. I don't recuse myself because we're voting on something, because I don't get any money from any of my services are all donated. And obviously the reason for the recusal is that the person may have to vote on something that they would be receiving money on, so they're voting for themselves. And in my case, I don't get paid, so I can vote it any way I want, but I'm not getting any benefits. That was very specifically explained to me because my wife was on a board and I got called in to the principal's office with regard to her, and she's not paid either. So it got really dusty.
Yeah, so as a board member myself, and as someone who has actually served on a grant committee board in the past and has herself had to recuse herself from voting, yes, as a board member, you are in conflict of interest, and you thus have to recuse yourself as well, just as if you were a paid employee, because you as the individual who is fiscally responsible for the organization does benefit whether the organization does well or doesn't. Financially, you are responsible for the organization, and there are also board members that also get paid or get some sort of stipend for serving on the board. And so, I mean, if at this point it doesn't sound like I won't have the support to appoint my nominee, and if that's the case, I would rather move this appointment to a later date.
Thank you. Then we will do that. Madam Clerk?
We will continue advertising and bring it back to a future meeting.
Thank you.
And I've had a comment from my deputy that because of the large crowd, if everybody could speak up into their microphones, they're having trouble hearing.
Oh, us?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, and now we move on to our regular business items. Before we begin, I want to point out that the art program that was originally scheduled to be considered this evening will be taken up at the December 3rd meeting. And Madam Clerk, could you please read the title of the first regular business meeting?
Yes, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. The City Council will consider an ordinance amending the Santa Maria Municipal Code to institute a licensing requirement for tobacco retailers and prohibiting the sale of flavored tobacco products within the city.
Thank you. And the staff report will be given by Assistant City Attorney, Mr. Patrick.
Actually, by me.
Oh, it's by you? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Would you prefer me at the podium, or can I do it from here?
That's fine from there.
Yeah, I'll just make sure I speak into the microphone. Honorable Mayor and members of the council, it has come before you to take a review or potentially a first reading of an ordinance that would establish a licensing program for tobacco retailers within the city of Santa Maria. This has come before council and previously was directed to be reviewed by my office. Since I have undertaken the mantle of city attorney, I did bring this forward based on a number of other cities. Throughout the state of California, there is a significant concern with respect to both tobacco use for youth, vaping, which is becoming almost epidemic, and continual review of whether or not there are gateway elements within the vaping by way of flavored tobacco and flavored products. Staff recommends that the council review the findings that were presented both within the staff report and within the ordinance itself, which clearly outline the potential and detrimental health impacts of expanded tobacco use. The purpose of a licensure program for retailers is for the city to take reasonable regulatory control beyond a business license for retailers and to establish some local control of whether or not flavored nicotine products and or vaping products will continue to be sold within the state or the city. The recommendation and the way the ordinance is drafted is to provide us with a 6-month window to provide workshop outreach, other ordinance and amendments as necessary, as well as operational guidelines to the city police department, who will be the operative city department that will be responsible for the overall licensing program. Many of the local cities within our area have tobacco licensing program. This has been brought forth by the Tobacco Free Coalition and is strongly supported by both our police chief as well as a number of other community members, the superintendent, and some of the other folks, particularly in the medical field. So I'm happy to answer questions about the intent, but again, the operative date, if you approve this, would be July 1st, 2020, providing the city and the stakeholders with an opportunity to fine-tune as necessary.
Any questions from the council?
I do, Madam
Ms.
Mayor.
Soto?
Thank you. Is there a reason why we excluded menthol?
Again, two things that we did receive in our early discussions with some stakeholders is that menthol-based cigarette products are not as known as a gateway as some of the other cotton candy, bubble gum, those sorts of things, and can also has been utilized by the tobacco industry for years. And part of the recognition in this circumstance is to eliminate those flavorings that make it attractive to youth. Mint and menthol, as well as wintergreen, have been used for tobacco products for years, and typically menthol cigarettes are particularly good sellers and have not been shown over 50 some odd years to be the same level of gateway drugs or gateway products that these unusual flavors have brought to the forefront. That was the purpose for that. Also to recognize that many of those products are manufactured by large manufacturers, and so therefore there's less potential for tainting, which is another issue we have with the flavorization of tobacco and other products. That was the purpose.
Dr. Moats?
Mr. Watson, does the county of Santa Barbara, do they have an ordinance like the one we're about to vote on?
The county's restrictions are somewhat different. This is actually based on the city of Alameda because I wanted to have a city-based licensing structure. So I do not have a great familiarity with the county's restrictions.
Well, if someone wished to purchase a flavored vaping unit, could they simply go to Orchid after we've passed this and get what they want in Orchid?
As with many items in the free market, they are welcome to drive to other locations, yes. And that wouldn't necessarily be Orchid, it could be Nipomo, it could be a number of other jurisdictions.
Thank you.
I have no questions.
But a reminder, part of this also is to establish for the first instance a licensure and regulatory scheme so that the city has better local control. So although they can go elsewhere, the city has a police interest in the health and safety of our residents.
Dr.
Well,
Motz?
then can I ask a question about that? There's going to be one license permitted for every 1,500 residents in the city of Santa Maria?
That is what's recommended, and that's actually consistent with the amount of retailers that we currently have that sell retail tobacco products. However, there are some exclusions going forward, which include pharmacies, and there will also be some other exclusions based on zoning elements, but that's part of that 6-month stakeholder window, and we may be coming back with a modification of that. But that's consistent with the number of current retailers we have.
Because if you divide 1,500 into the population of the city of Santa Maria, it comes out to be, there will be 72 licenses permitted?
Currently, there's 91 retailers.
So all the 91 are going to be grandfathered, and then in addition to that, more will be allowed? Or are we going to revoke licenses from somebody?
Again, going forward, some of the retailers that are currently in retail will not be allowed to continue to be in the retail business. So we believe but once we winnow out some of those retailers that we do not want to have retailing tobacco-based products, then we'll come back with a better number. But we believe that 72 number is fairly consistent with what we'll see.
Will gas stations with convenience stores be allowed to sell tobacco products?
Currently, they do. It's not a zone. This is not a zoning issue. It's a regulatory issue, and again, it's for flavored tobacco products. So it's a little bit different than just strict tobacco products. So again, that's why we gave ourselves a 6-month window to assist in an appropriate rollout and a report back to council.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I do
Yes,
have one now.
Mr.
Thank you, Mayor.
Cordero.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Watson, when you say flavored tobacco products, specifically toward the mint and menthol and the 3 that we've written in here to exclude, does that mean all tobacco products or just the vaping products?
That's all tobacco products, sir.
So the Salem menthol cigarettes, for instance, that are commonly sold at any 7-Eleven or any store would no longer be allowed to be sold in the city.
That's incorrect. That's why the menthol was specifically excluded from a characterizing flavoring. Again, the characterizing flavoring, the characterizing flavoring is a addition to a tobacco product that provides a taste or scent that is added by the manufacturer. So the intent and the reason that we excluded that was so that menthol-based cigarettes or wintergreen-based snuff or dipping tobacco would not be excluded or would not be included in this regulation, because we do know that some of those are popular.
And there's no way to separate it strictly for vaping?
The issue related to vaping is that is not always a tobacco-based product, and one of the difficulties we have right now is we do not have a licensing structure for retailers who are selling these products. This gives us a structure, and again, in that 6-month window, we may be bringing additional amendments to this ordinance that may impact that. We're intending to do a overall licensing structure so that provides us with the tools and information that we can do to, again, further protect our youth and the health of our population.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Dr. Motz?
Just one more question. Is the vaping tobacco product actually derived from tobacco, from extract of tobacco leaf, or is it purely synthetic?
I rarely say this as an attorney, it depends, because there are both synthetic-based and there are natural-based vaping products. So and right now there is very little oversight or testing of those products, and so I would say it's a kind of hit and miss to figure out where it came from.
Any other questions? Madam Clerk, do we have any written correspondence? Do we have any requests to speak on this item?
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, staff has received 13 letters in support of regulating tobacco retailers and prohibiting the sale of flavored tobacco products. The letters are from Principal Shonda Herrera of Pioneer Valley High School, Family Practice Dr. Ryan Allen, Associate Pastor Sergio Gomez of Santa Maria Foursquare Church, Acting Superintendent John Davis of Santa Maria Joint Union High School District, Executive Director Wendy Sims Moten of First Five Santa Barbara County, District Attorney Joyce Dudley of the Santa Barbara County District Attorney's Office, Director of Critical Care Dr. Jeffrey Freed of Santa Barbara Cottage Hospital, Brenda Corona Dugal, Director of Pupil Personnel Services, Brian Zimmerman of Santa Maria Bonita School District, Superintendent Luke Ontiveros of Santa Maria Bonita School District, Dentist Michael Gomez, Police Chief Phil Hansen of the Santa Maria Police Department, and Principal Rhett Carter of Orchid Academy High School. And I also have 33 requests to speak.
33 requests to speak, okay. Shall we do 2 minutes or 2 minutes? 2 minutes?
Unless somebody wants to speak as a group.
Okay. If there's anyone that wants to speak as a group, that's fine. Is there anyone that wants to speak for 1 minute? I'll let you come first. Okay. Then 2 minutes it is. Edwin Weaver? No. Pardon? I didn't get anyone there. Okay. Please state your name when you come up to speak. Good evening,
Sure.
Mr. Weaver.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Edwin Weaver. I'm with Fighting Back Santa Maria Valley. Thank you very much for bringing this ordinance to the floor. As you know, we're very concerned about vaping in our young people. The industry has decided to target them with their flavors and our advertising. For every 1 joule that an adult uses, 81 youth start. It's unconscionable that we have let it go this far. I know it's popular in the room for some, but we really need to protect this generation away from big tobacco. This strategy of marketing to our children has to stop, and the best place to stop is with banning flavors so that they will no longer be attracted to these products that damage their lungs, that create all kinds of health problems, and get them addicted to nicotine. And that's the big thing that we forget, that this is an addictive substance. And so thank you very much for, as a city council, for considering it. Thank you for the city attorney for working so hard on it. And we are really appreciative of all of your thoughtful consideration for this. We ask you to pass it tonight.
Thank you. Don Dunn, I'm going to read the names off so you'll be ready to come up. Don Dunn, followed by Quentin and Diane Moore, followed by Chantel Hover-Jones.
Good evening, Mayor and City
Good evening.
Council. My name is Dawn Dunn. For 29 and a half years, I was the program coordinator for Santa Barbara County's Public Health Department Tobacco Prevention Program. Many of you know my face and have seen me before. I retired about 6.5 or 7 months ago. I want to thank you. So without tooting my own horn, I'm probably one of the preeminent experts on tobacco retail licensing, not only in our county. I have attended every single public hearing on the matter, but within the state. I've been doing this work with educating retailers, suspending licenses, doing compliance checks, overseeing enforcement since 2001. I want to commend the City Council and the city staff for creating what I perceive to be the strongest tobacco tobacco retail licensing ordinance in our county for sure, and one of the strongest ones in the state. If you should adopt it, you'll be the first, and you'll get a lot of accolades for that. I thank you for that. The history of a strong TRL license, we had a weak one from 2001 to 2009. In 2010, with the championship of First District Supervisor Carbajal at the time, we worked on the zoning part. You have 300 feet in your ordinance. We talked for about 1.5 years with every high-level education enforcement agency, and we came up with 1,000 feet, and that was universal. Whatever you decide is up to you. I just wanted you to know that that 1,000-foot rule is in place in the 3 other ordinances in our county. I strongly recommend that when you're doing your fee study, I know you cannot get more money than you're allowed, or it's a tax or a fee, but to make that sufficient, because without actual enforcement money, it's not going to work. And then I was thinking that it was going to go into effect right away, but you've got 6 months to tinker with it and educate. I think that's great. The last thing I would ask of you is that you consider updating your outdoor secondhand smoke ordinances next year, and then you can get an A on the state tobacco
Thank you.
control report card.
Quentin Diane Moore, followed by Chantel Hoover Jones, followed by Alva Arias.
Hello, my name is Quentin Moore and I'm 11 years old. I'm here to change something in the world that is breaking kids' relationships with their families. My brother was addicted to nicotine in 2018. My brother was really nice, kind, and smart before the nicotine started taking over his brain. Once I knew my brother was addicted, I started getting scared, like really scared, and I mean it. He was yelling, banging walls. Thankfully, my parents were able to figure out how to test and take away his ability to get nicotine. It's been a year now, and he's doing fine. We have learned a lot about the dangers of nicotine, and I want to encourage you to take away access to flavors, all flavors of nicotine. Nicotine tastes gross because it is gross and it destroys brains. There's no flavor should sugarcoat it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moore, for being here.
When my son became addicted, before he was addicted, he had won the county's math bowl twice for second place in the math bowl, and he's a great athlete. And I was shocked that he would choose to do this. He was hanging out with kids that were not supervised after school, and fortunately I was able to catch it. But it was very traumatic. There aren't any resources in our community. The schools are overwhelmed by vaping. They can do it in this classroom. There's you could talk to the school board about that. My kid would be home for 3 days, and he would test negative. As soon as I took him to school, he would start testing positive. It's completely out of control there. But you guys, after all the research I've done, there's no resources. We don't have counselors in the area, and I'm hoping that I was at a loss. I was online, and I believe I signed some petition and was put on this task force, and I am so grateful for those people because this really needs to change. They're targeting our kids, and unfortunately the kids that are not supervised, they need your support. Those are the ones that I cherish because I see them on the street and they need less access to this. And I care about the people who want to have vape juice right now because it's bad for you. They either when my oldest son brings his friends, he thinks it's funny that I'm on this task force, and he tells everyone, and I say, the vaping's wrong. Anyone who tells you otherwise is either addicted or wants to make money off of you. And I just hope that you...
Thank you, Mrs. Moore.
Thanks.
And thank you for bringing your son tonight. Chantel Hoover Jones, followed by Alva Arias, followed by Tiffany Wong.
Good evening. My name is Chantel Hoover Jones. I'm the coordinator for the Santa Barbara County Tobacco Prevention Program at the Public Health Department. I'm just here today to answer any technical questions. I'm a technical expert on this issue. Flavored tobacco, minimum pack, minimum price, tobacco retail licensing. Please feel free to ask me questions as they come up. If you need them, I'm sitting in the audience. And in addition, the County of Santa Barbara is also considering a very similar law. They already have a tobacco retail license, but they are going to be adding in a flavored tobacco ban, and that will include menthol. Menthol is the #1 flavor. Half of all kids who use these products use menthol. So the county is going to be considering that in December, and again, I'm here for questions if you need them, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Alba Arias, followed by Tiffany Vong, followed by Columba Solano.
Buenas tardes, hablo español. Yo vengo porque tengo adolescentes y pues la razón es de que estoy preocupada porque en donde quiera se ve que ellos consumen, no mis hijos, sino que otros adolescentes, es con una facilidad que ellos adquieren los vapings. Los papás a veces no estamos relacionados con eso porque se provee en las escuelas, es muy fácil pues adquirirlos en las escuelas. Y pues si hubiera más regularizaciones, en las escuelas hubiera más prohibiciones, pues mis hijos no estarían en riesgo de contraer o obtener eso o adquirirlo. Y pues esa es mi preocupación, incluso cuando son fumadores de segunda mano, es más probable que ellos también se enfermen por el mismo motivo.
Gracias, señora.
Gracias.
Tiffany Vaughn, followed by Columba Solano, followed by Ana Rueda.
Thank you for joining us today, Mayor Patino and elected officials. My name is Tiffany Vong, and I'm currently a junior at Orchid Academy High School. I am here today, alongside others similars like me, to further support the flavored tobacco and the input of the tobacco retail license. During my time at Orchid Academy, I noticed a repetitive coping mechanism used by a lot of students my age. To manage stress, overwhelming emotions, or stressful situations, students are becoming heavily reliant on drugs, vaping in particular. Because they are reliant, they can easily become addicted to these harmful devices. Those same students are not getting the help and support from my community. Instead, they're receiving negligence. No action is being taken by our community to offer a solution to this ongoing issue. So I ask you today to stand in support with those affected with the tobacco addiction and give them the support they deserve. To give you an idea of the mass amount that this issue impacts, 80% of kids who use tobacco products start off with a flavored product, one of which includes menthol. Nearly 65% of menthol users, young menthol users in particular, say that they would quit smoking if menthol cigarettes were banned, according to Truth Initiative. These statistics show how passing the ordinance can be impactful and beneficial to those struggling with addiction. Thank you for your time.
Columba Solano, followed by Ana Rueda, followed by Esperanza Romero.
Thanks, Quentin.
Madam Mayor, City Council members, I'll be translating for Ms. Colomba.
Thank you.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Columba Solano. Estoy aquí porque soy parte de un grupo de promotoras de salud.
I'm here tonight because I'm part of the Promotoras Health Group.
La otra razón es que tenemos mucho contacto con la comunidad en general y la otra es que tengo dos hijos. Uno de ellos lamentablemente empezó muy temprano que nunca me di cuenta.
I'm here because I'm heavily involved in the community, and second of all, I'm here because I have a son who unfortunately has fallen at risk to this.
Y me di cuenta muy tarde por la razón de que, como ya hemos escuchado, que los cigarrillos electrónicos pueden usarse con sabores que no se da uno cuenta.
Unfortunately, I found out too late about this craze about the e-cigarettes and all the flavors that are out there.
Ahora que me di cuenta, como hemos dicho, es muy adictivo y me da mucha pena como mamá. No quiero llorar.
Now that I become aware, I'm embarrassed as a parent that I didn't know all this information, and I'm sorry. I'm trying not to cry.
Me duele como madre que nuestros jóvenes tengan ese acceso a esos cigarrillos electrónicos.
It just hurts me so bad that our children have access to these e-cigarettes and that they're out there.
Y yo entiendo que los cigarrillos siempre han existido, pero ahora es más fuerte, es más fácil para conseguir y quiero que hagan algo para que no más jóvenes, y me preocupa porque tengo otro niño chiquito que no vaya a pasar lo mismo.
I'm aware that cigarettes have always been around, but I'm just so scared for all these new products that are out there, and I want to make sure that there's a stop to this for all the younger children. I have younger children as well.
Y les agradezco por su atención y como ya les dije, nosotros tenemos mucho contacto con la comunidad latina y con sus padres que no conocen ni siquiera la figura de los cigarrillos electrónicos, menos los sabores.
And I want to thank you for your time. As I mentioned before, I'm heavily involved in the community and I'm involved in educating parents that aren't aware of the dangers that are out there, and I'm going to continue to do my best.
Gracias. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señora. Ana Reda, followed by Esperanza Romero, followed by Alba Arias.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Ana Rueda y soy promotora de salud de la comunidad de aquí de Santa María, la cual me ha permitido ver estos alarmantes problemas del cigarrillo electrónico.
Hello, I'm also promotora here in Santa Maria, which has allowed me to see all the dangers of all the e-cigarettes here in Santa Maria.
Sinceramente estoy en contra de ellos por los sabores, más que nada por los sabores que tienen, porque una vez los niños ya consumiéndolos se vuelven adictivos a esto y esto puede llegar a causarles diferentes tipos de enfermedades, más que nada por los químicos que tienen.
And I'm against this because of all the flavors that are out there and how addictive they are to young children.
Por la cual es que estoy aquí también, porque he trabajado con la comunidad. Hemos dado servicios en la comunidad donde hemos mostrado más que nada los cigarros electrónicos y lamentablemente muchas personas de la comunidad ni siquiera los conocen y a veces nos preguntan ¿y qué son estos? Los están regalando y la verdad que sí da mucha tristeza saber que están más que nada los están haciendo en forma de que llamen la atención más que nada a los niños y que los padres no los conozcan.
So what I see when I'm in the community, when I'm educating parents, I see that several parents have no idea what these e-cigarettes are. They have no idea that they're giving them away to their children. It makes you really sad that the lack of information that parents have out there.
Gracias por permitirme estar aquí. Gracias.
Thank you for your time.
Gracias, señora. Esperanza Romero, followed by Denise Page, followed by Primo Castro.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Esperanza Romero, residente y madre de 3 hijos de 10, 17 y 18 años de edad y promotora de salud de este condado.
Hello, I'm promotora and I'm a mother of 3 children. They're 10, 17, and 18 years old.
Lo cual me ha permitido ver de cerca la problemática alarmante del uso de los vaporizadores electrónicos. Lamentablemente, el uso de los vaporizadores electrónicos de tabaco en nuestros niños y jóvenes.
I'm heavily involved in the community as a promotora, which has allowed me to see all the products that are out here in the community and all the negative consequences that they have with them.
Usando una mercadotecnia engañosa, está haciendo sus productos atractivos usando sabores artificiales como los de chicle, chocolate, vainilla, entre otros, disfrazando y confundiendo y aumentando su uso y adicción en los niños y jóvenes.
I've been able to see that what the companies are doing, and they're promoting different flavors out there, such as gums, chocolate, things that attract young kids out there, and not letting them know all the dangers associated with them.
No perciben ni siquiera reconocen las consecuencias adictivas y el daño a su salud y a los que estos les rodean.
All the while they're disregarding all the consequences that they have on their bodies, the effects that they have, the addiction, the consequences.
La adicción con rapidez por su alto nivel de nicotina y que lamentablemente será la puerta a otras adicciones.
Also, it has a heavily addictive content of nicotine, which opens the doors to other drugs.
Agregando su diseño que confunde y simulando lapiceros o memorias de datos y anexando también que es un vaporizador inoloro.
So I've also been aware that there are products out there that simulate that they're pencils, pens, chargers out there that they have, some of them have no scent to them.
Por eso pido a ustedes apoyen la enmienda de la prohibición de venta de productos de tabaco con sabor en nuestra ciudad.
So I am here today to ask you to please help ban the flavored tobacco sale here in our community.
Les agradezco tomar en cuenta la voz del pueblo en favor de proteger la salud de nuestros niños y de nuestros jóvenes. Gracias.
Gracias, señora.
I appreciate your time for listening to the town people here and then what we want to do for our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Denise Page, followed by Primo Castro, followed by Alicia Camarena.
Madam Mayor and Council and everybody, I'm Denise Page and I am a senior pastor at Mercy Church here in Santa Maria. We have a church full of incredible young people and we're very determined to protect them and protect their lifestyles. Just as a segue, I moved to this area 23 years ago and was so proud to move here because of the strong tobacco laws that actually prevail in this region and started in this region have since gone worldwide. So I feel like we're setting a precedent. I know that 150 counties and cities already in California have adopted strong licensing laws for tobacco and fully in agreement with that. I want to see that happen in this city. We have a fantastic city here in Santa Maria, incredible potential. I don't want to see any young person at risk. And so, you know, as a church, we have clubs on the 3 of the campuses, high school campuses. We're committed to see, you know, the students really protected. Frequently they ask us and address topics like addiction and drugs and depression and suicide and healthy relationships, which we do. And we're determined to educate our local youth on healthy lifestyles. So we need the support of the lawmakers, of the council, of all of the parents, of all of the, I heard principals' names being mentioned in this city to make sure that we make a strong stand against this. I want to see the whole of our community rally together so that we can do that. You know, as our part as a church, we're just really trying to help them make really positive lifestyle decisions that will mean that they'll live a long and healthy life. I am somebody who watched their mother die from oral and lung cancer because there were no strong tobacco licensing laws in her era, and we've suffered a lot, and I want to see it come now. We have an amazing opportunity to take a stand tonight, a stand today, to save our city, save our youth, save our people.
Thank you. Primo Castro, followed by Alicia Camarena, followed by Samantha Uregas.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Primo Castro with the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network. Just in short, we love the fact that the council has taken the approach to bring this before the council, and, before the public. We do ask, for an amendment to include menthol, mint, and wintergreen to this policy. We want to make sure that we're able to pass the strongest policy possible. As you probably already know, over 40 jurisdictions throughout California and counting. It seems that there's actually 5 other cities in my region alone that have similar policies tonight. Everything from Arroyo Grande to Long Beach, you name it. They're passing policies tonight, this evening. So we want to make sure that we work. Menthol, mint, and wintergreen account for a large number of addiction. Nicotine is an addictive substance. We know that it could be considered very detrimental to everybody's health. We know by research, our own researchers show that not only does it contain large amount of chemicals that are carcinogen factor, that cause cancer in the body. E-cigs alone with over 7,000 chemicals in them, obviously many of them are carcinogen. We want to make sure that we're protecting our youth, and this is something that we're looking at. So, obviously, the flavors, this is how the tobacco industry hooks kids. With over 80% of African American who are smokers are addicted because of menthol. Over 30%, from Latino and the API community are addicted because of the menthol products. So we want to make sure that we are bringing this to everybody's attention. But overall, as I mentioned, please, we ask that you amend this policy tonight by adding menthol, mint, and wintergreen as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a comment. Excuse me, Primo?
Mr. Castro, 1 minute. There's a question.
I have a comment when it comes to menthol cigarettes because I've got some information here in front of me, and I was shocked shocked by the age groups that smoke menthol. 56.7% are the ages between 12 and 17 years old. 18 to 25 are 45%. 26 to 34 is 34%, and so on. But the menthol is what the children get attracted to.
Absolutely. As you mentioned, there is an epidemic, and part of the reason why there's so many, just in my region alone, there's, at least about 6 jurisdictions that are, hearing that tonight. I'm not talking about my counterparts down in Southern California, up in Northern and the Central Valley, just tonight. So overall, I think tonight we're actually looking at about close to 20 jurisdictions listening to this issue tonight.
Well, and the reason I chose you to ask these numbers is because you're from the
American Cancer Society.
Yeah, American Cancer Society,
No,
and so
absolutely.
you would know these figures, so you confirmed that.
Absolutely. And I think one of the biggest shockers of all is that we're seeing kids as young as 5th graders.
Yeah.
Start vaping. Obviously, flavored tobacco is the gateway for them. And the research is showing. We're not done with the research, but the research is showing that vaping through flavored tobacco leads them to go back to combustible cigarettes. So we want to make sure that we preserve our youth. There's a reason why the older generation, they got hooked on nicotine. If we allow for this epidemic to continue, we're just going to go ahead and go back to square one. Everybody that saw I think it was the LA Times article today, this morning, saw that.
Mr. Castro?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Alekia Camarena, followed by Samantha Uregas, followed by Nick Razzo. Yeah.
Good evening, Mayor Patino and elected officials. My name is Alexa Camarena, a 7th grader at Tommy Coons Junior High School. I am here to ask you to ban flavored tobacco. Flavors like unicorn poop, strawberry cheesecake, and cupcake are mostly targeted to younger kids and young adults. Also, flavored tobacco products are cheaper than most candy bars. I have seen Juul devices on campus, on the field, and in the trash. Many used apps like Snapchat, Instagram, and YouTube add popularity to these flavored tobacco devices. There are over 15,500 flavors, including menthol, which has created 15,500 options for teens to become addicted. Please help younger kids, like myself, stay away from these products by passing this ordinance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for being here. Samantha Uregas, followed by Nick Razzo, followed by Adhil Camarena.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Samantha Uregas, and I am a prevention specialist with Fighting Back Santa Maria Valley. I am here in support of the tobacco retail license and flavor ban. In my position, I focus on preventing youth from substance abuse. And unfortunately, one of the most popular is vaping. Originally, we were told vaping was created to help adults stop smoking cigarettes, but when the tobacco industry started to move its marketing to social media and creating flavors after our teens' favorite cereals and candies and treats, one can't help but question who these products were really made for. These devices deliver heavily concentrated and highly addictive nicotine to the user. To give you a better understanding, one pod is the equivalent of 2 packs of cigarettes in nicotine content. And we're finding that students are vaping 1 to 2 pods a day. As we all know, their brains are still developing, and exposure to nicotine can damage that development. Not only is it damaging their brain, but we are now seeing more and more deaths from the use of these products. These dangerous devices come in many shapes and sizes. Some are easily concealed, and some are designed to be hidden in plain sight. This makes it difficult for parents to identify. The tobacco industry is looking to addict a new generation of addicts that can provide them more income in the future. And I ask that you please help protect our youth from big tobacco. By the way, I have had one of these devices on me this whole time. Thank you.
Thank you. Nick Razzo, followed by Adhil Camarena, followed by Angel Lopez.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council.
It's no secret that the tobacco industry's goal is to try and appeal to the younger generation in order to get them addicted for the rest of their lives. Flavors such as Rainbow Cupcake, Blueberry Pop-Tarts, and Cocoa Puffs are only a few of the flavors that definitely appeal to teenagers. The National Institute of Health states that 4 out of 5 teenagers who vape nicotine use flavored products. It also stated that youth as young as 12 start vaping and using Juuls. Teens are 7 times more likely to vape flavored tobacco products than adults, which comes with consequences. According to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, a recent sudden lung illness outbreak from vaping has affected more than 1,000 people, the youngest being 13. Governor Newsom recently signed a vaping epidemic executive order since these mysterious lung illnesses have been on the rise. The majority of these vape pens and Juuls look similar to USB stick, as you just saw, so it's super easy for teens to carry them around school and smoke in the bathrooms and halls around campus. If this isn't bad already, the tobacco industry also loves to target vulnerable populations, especially the Hispanic community. Flavors such as La Lechera, Raspados, and Churro Delight are meant to attract the Hispanic population. In fact, most of the tobacco shops and liquor stores where tobacco is sold are placed where there is a large population of the Hispanic community. Many cities, including San Francisco, Watsonville, Los Angeles, and Sacramento, have already banned the sale of flavored tobacco products. Adopting strong flavored tobacco restrictions ourselves is definitely needed in order to protect our youth from being targeted by the tobacco industry. No one, especially teens, wants to deal with health, lung issues, let alone a lifelong addiction to tobacco products. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Rosso. Adhil Camarena, followed by Angel Lopez, followed by, oh, there's another Edwin Weaver. You came in here twice. Okay, KT Silva. Okay.
Good evening, Mayor Patino and elected officials. My name is Adiel Jose Camarena Arias, a sophomore at Pioneer Valley High School, and I am here today in support of banning flavored tobacco products. I have a younger sister and a little brother, and I'm worried about their exposure to these products, especially since the industry has evolved so much, which now that they seem to be targeting youth. These products look a lot like candy now, with flavors such as green apple, strawberry, cotton candy, and rainbow sherbet. And that makes me worry about my little brother, who's 4, especially since 1 tablespoon of this flavored vape juice will kill a young child. And my younger sister, who's 12, she sometimes talks about how at her school there are Juuls and other devices littered on the field and around campus. And personally, on my campus, kids always use them everywhere, such as during class, during break, passing periods, and especially during lunch. Kids use them for a lot of reasons, such as stress, depression, and peer pressure. And what makes matters worse is that the prices are cheap, with most products costing less than most candy bars, which makes it easier for teens to get their hands on any of these devices. Also, now with social media such as Snapchat, it makes it easier for people to reach out to teens and sell and inform them about these products. So please help everyone that hasn't used these products not use them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Angel Lopez, followed by KT Silva, followed by Lauren Etches.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Angel Lopez, and I'm a youth organizer of Future Leaders of America. In recent years, cigarette smoking has gone down, and although that's something to celebrate, tobacco companies unfortunately have focused their efforts on promoting flavored e-cigarette products. Tobacco companies are using these flavored tobacco products and targeting the most vulnerable populations, such as, but not limited to, low-income communities, our youth, people of color, LGBTQ folk. With flavors like Cocoa Puffs, ice cream donut, strawberry shortcake, it is more than obvious that the target of these products are youth. According to the Center for Disease and Control Prevention, e-cig usage by high school students increased by 78% between 2017 and 2018. It is important to note that the health complications vaping can cause as youth consume nicotine can result in impacts on key brain receptors that alter brain development, lead to impairment cognitive functioning later on in life, and increase the chances of nicotine addiction. The city of Santa Maria currently has 83 stores that sell tobacco products, which 26 of these stores are within 1,000 feet of the schools, which only increases youth exposure to tobacco marketing. The city of Santa Maria should follow the steps of Carpinteria and Goleta and 140 other cities and communities across California in adopting a strong tobacco retail license, which would ensure stores not selling tobacco products to minors, and can also include language that prohibits new businesses from selling tobacco products within 1,000 feet of public and private K-12 schools. In addition to taking a strong stance against flavored tobacco products for the safety and health of our Santa Maria youth, the city should focus on creating and bettering our alcohol and drug counseling programs to educate the youth of the harms of consuming tobacco products and what that can happen to youth. Thank you.
Thank you. KT Silva, followed by Lauren Etches, followed by Jennifer McMurray.
Thank you, council members, Madam Mayor, everybody here today. My name is Katie Silva. As a shop owner, I'm not looking at it as a shop owner's perspective. I'm looking at it as a customer's, your family, your friends, your loved ones. Those people are the ones who are going to be hurt by the banning of the flavors here. The regulations here that you have in place or would like to place in, I'm all for. I'm also part of the Santa Maria Vaping Association that we're planning to start up, and we are more than willing to help fund for you to enforce the law to the tobacco shops that do sell to underage. I know specifically many of the shops here in Santa Maria do not and will not let somebody under the 21 of age walk into the shops. It is not okay, and that is the law. So thank you.
Thank you. Lauren Etches, followed by Jennifer McMurray, followed by Ron Rich, followed by Larry Hislop.
Good evening, thank you. My name is Lauren Etches. I was a long-term smoker. I smoked for 35 years. Vaping products were introduced to me about 6 years ago. It's something that's helped me stay off of cigarettes. I watched a lot of people around me die from cigarettes. The vaping has, for me, I use a very, very low nicotine. The high nicotine ones are not good. I use the vaping to quit smoking. I think that anybody under the age of 18 shouldn't be buying these products or not allowed to buy these products. I'm all for laws that enforce kids at school that are vaping, and there should be somebody that takes that thing away, and they should be reprimanded for it. I'm all for the safety of kids, and I guess that's it.
Thank you. Jennifer McMurray, Ron Rich, followed by Larry Hislop.
Hello and good evening. My name is Jennifer McMurray. I know I've spoke before you guys on a few issues before, but tonight I'm here for a personal matter. I too vape, and I have vaped for approximately 2 years. I have used vaping products to quit smoking. And I find it interesting that earlier someone had mentioned it being a gateway for children. Well, there's an issue with children using a lot of things. Everyone has a vice. Either you drink, you vape, you do drugs, you have too much sex. There's always something for children to do in lieu of what's right. If we want to protect our children, we need to start at home. We need our children to be taken care of and loved and honored and cherished at home so they don't go out and use drugs and vape and drink and have sex. There are more issues. I don't want children to vape, obviously. That's not what it's for. It's for adults. And as adults, we should have the right to choose to vape instead of smoking. If you take away the option of vaping, children will go back to smoking. If they're not taken care of at home, they will find a way. Thank you.
Thank you. Ron Rich, followed by Larry Hislop, followed by Charles.
Hello, guys. Thank you for the
Austin.
opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Ron. I'm a former Marine, a patriot, and a liver transplant patient. I've been vaping for approximately 10 years. I've had no health effects, ill or otherwise. I get my lungs, heart, everything tested quite regularly. The flavors are what got me to quit smoking when I left the Marine Corps. Cigarettes in general taste terrible, but I was addicted. I tried the patch, I tried the gum, I tried everything I could. vaping came along, and I gave it a go. I tried everything else. The day I started vaping, I never wanted a cigarette again. The flavors, I vaped everything, Fruit Loops, banana berry, sugar cookie. I was a kid once, but I'm an adult. Vaping is for adults. It's not for kids. I think a lot of the problems with kids, and we were all kids at one point, you hear about stuff, you want to try stuff, it's on the media, stay away, do this. The more you see it, the more you're curious about it, the more you want to do it. The biggest problem I see right now, it's not the flavors. I think where they're being sold in the legitimate vape shops, where they card everybody, the police reports show that I've seen several letters that have come that thank you for not selling to our decoys. It's the gas stations, the liquor stores, the little kiosks, the places that kids know they can go and get these things. Because you can ask any kid, where are you getting it? They'll tell you. I've seen parents come in and buy vaping stuff for their kids. I wouldn't vape tobacco again, but banning the flavors takes everybody here that vapes and puts cigarettes back in our hands. You got 500,000 people dying every year from cigarettes and lung disease. We've had 42 people die from illegal cartridges sold on the street that contain THC and vitamin E acetate.
Thank you,
Not
Mr.
vaping.
Rich.
Thank you.
Larry Hislop, followed by Charles Austin, followed by Frank Compston.
Madam Mayor, City Council, thank you for your time to speak. Real quick, I want to thank you too for what you did to the baseball diamonds personally. I'm not kissing butt, trust me. I come to you this evening as a former 30-year smoker. One thing that was just already said too, what helped me was the flavors. You get away from that tobacco flavor. Is a big step. Where I do understand that these national stories have really hit the mainstream headlines, and they're lumping this together with vape-related illnesses. As it was said, these were bootleg, black market cartridges containing a vitamin E. This has nothing to do with the products that helped me quit smoking. Things like Juul, that's not like what I've ever used. And unfortunately, like I say, everything's been lumped in together. It's kind of like saying my white ball tire blew out, so we got to eliminate all tires, or they only have to be black ball. We wouldn't be here if we weren't here earlier to make this, the vaping liquids, a nicotine product or a smoking product. Also, vaping has been used widely in the UK, so much to the point that they are putting vape shops in hospitals. They would much rather have people vape because they are not smoking, they are a universal health care sort of a thing, and they are not having to worry about lung cancer. I understand all the talking points that have been made by our DA last night on the news. Big Tobacco has nothing to do with the e-liquids. Philip Morris and the Big Tobacco are upset that vaping is stopping people from smoking. In fact, I think it was Philip Morris that bought out Juul. That is a problem. Removing the flavor of the sale of e-juices within the city limits isn't going to stop its use. It is available online. We can go to other places, Napomo, Orchid, anywhere. And real quick, I know that Rand Paul is not our senator, but he did it the best. The way he put it was that we need to look into where these black market cartridges went, but it's going to start more black market in the area. I don't think we're ready to go out and try to find these people with...
Charles Austin, followed by Frank Compston, followed by Noed Curdy.
Hello, my name is Charles Austin. I quit vaping, I quit smoking 5 years ago. And my son used to be on the U.S. swim team, and he asked me to swim lap with him, and I was smoking at the time. I got halfway across, and I couldn't even breathe. 6 months later, after I quit quit smoking, I can swim and keep up with him in the Olympic pool now. And I haven't had pneumonia, nothing wrong with my lungs in 5 years due to vaping. When I was smoking, I was at the doctor's office every 3 months getting antibiotics because I ended up with bronchitis and pneumonia. And since I quit smoking and started vaping, I could breathe. What's wrong with my lungs? Nothing. So I don't know what the complaint is. I do flavor vaping, and that's what keeps me from picking up a cigarette. When I quit smoking cigarettes, I literally coughed up blood, I threw them away, and I started vaping, and since then, my wife's not waking up in the middle of the night with my lungs shattering and everything, and I'm not coughing to keep her awake anymore. So I don't see a problem with us vaping. I'd rather smell vape and then the cigarettes and then the marijuana on the streets right now. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Frank Compton, followed by Noor Kurdi, followed by Tori Johnson.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Frank Compton, former owner of Blue Sky Vapes, which was the first vape shop here on the Central Coast. I've owned that shop prior to selling it for about 5 years. I literally have watched and helped thousands of people quit smoking that had never been able to quit smoking. When I closed the shop, I had my oldest customer was about 82. She came in, she was crying, she was asking what's she gonna do when she started hearing all this stuff going on. She had never been able to quit smoking in over, I think it was like 50 years, 55 years. This was the first time she'd been able to quit and stay quit. I myself, I don't no longer vape. This was a smoking cessation device for me. It was the first time I've ever been able since I was 11 years old when I bought cigarettes here in Santa Maria, California, where I grew up, and I no longer vape. That's the only way I would have been able to do it. To say that it's not regulated right now, the BOE had come into my shop. The BOE has regulations put in place. They will scan your barcodes if you own a legitimate shop. Those barcodes had better come up in their computer. All your manufacturers better be registered or they'll be pulling it off your shelf. There is regulations in place. You guys have in your hands tonight the best invention in the last 50 years to help responsible adults make the decision to quit smoking. The regulations are there. Enforce the regulations that are there. Let the parents be the ones to regulate their kids. It's not your job to regulate their kids. It's the parents, okay? I have 8 kids at home. I'm not, excuse my language, I'm known as the dick because my kids that go to Brigetti High School, all their friends go up to them, why won't your dad sell us anything? Because I was a responsible shop owner. The folks that bought the shop from me, they're responsible shop owners. They card everybody that comes in there. These products are not getting into people's hands that are under 21.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Noor Kurdi, followed by Tori Johnson, followed by Laith Kurdi.
By the way, there's been 120 people die since this meeting started because of tobacco.
Good evening. My name is Nora Kurdi. I am a manager at Amsterdam Hookah Lounge. I am asking for the council for an exemption on hookah on on-site consumption. Hookah is a cultural and social experience served all over the United States in cafes and lounges. You must be over 21 to enter Amsterdam Lounge. During this experience, you will be able to meet new people and sit down and enjoy clean fun without drugs or alcohol. Amsterdam Lounge is now a military trusted business. We love Amsterdam because it brings diverse cultures and brings everyone together in a positive and safe environment. After all, we are the only hookah lounge in the Central Coast. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tori Johnson. I'm an employee at Amsterdam Hookah Lounge. I am also asking for the council for an exemption on the hookah for on-site consumption. I would like to share just a little bit of hookah history with the council. Hookah, also known as shisha, involves adult smoking flavored tobacco from a water pipe in which they pass a hose and take a puff amongst family and friends. It centers around the conversations and promotes a more connectedness amongst those participating. Hookah is deeply rooted in a cultural tradition that has been present throughout generations among Indian, Persian, Turkish, Egyptian, and other Middle Eastern families. Its gesture is more than an entertaining social activity or means to relax. It's a way that families, friends, business associates, and in these cultures provide hospitality and strengthens bonds within one another. The first hookah in its form that we know today dates back to the 16th century in India, at the time when India glass manufacturing began as a result of the exporting of glass in India through the British East Indian Company. During this period, smoking tobacco also became popular amongst the noblemen and high society. In an attempt to purify smoke through water in the glass base called shisha, this hookah was invented. Hookah soon cemented itself in a way for noblemen to show their high social status.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Laith Cordy, followed by Helen Doan, followed by Cole Milton.
Good evening, our council members. My name is Laith Curdy. I have ran and managed Amsterdam Smoke Shop and Lounge for 10 years now. We believe hookah should be exempted from the flavor ban. Just a quick facts about hookah. Hookah is it's a not nicotine-driven activity. Hookah is usually uniquely for cultural and social, and it is almost always a social activity with friends and not aligned with compulsive or solitary activity like smoking cigarettes and vaping. Hookah culture spans centuries and Hookah culture spans centuries and containments, unifying many diverse communities. Hookah is a cultural expression and social outlet for some groups that don't traditionally consume alcohol. We strongly support the minimum smoking age of 21 and impose penalties for businesses that fail to comply with our verification of requirements. We support the FDA and continued regulations of the manufactured, import, packaging, and labeling and advertising, promotion, sales, and distribution of hookah products. We believe hookah products and ads should carry a health warning as they already do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Helen Doan, followed by Cole Milton, followed by Jerry Taco.
Hello, my name is Helen Doan. I'm a student at Allen Hancock College. I want to make a plea against the flavor ban you're looking to pass. So far, no one here has spoken. Has mentioned that anybody they know are a victim of legal vape products. The measures you're trying to push seems to be based on recent news reports, which neglect to emphasize the fact that people are harmed not by legal vape products, but rather black market, illegitimate, and unregulated, untested stuff. So these are trade regulation issues. These are law enforcement issues, and for some part of it, it's parental issues. So it's not fair that cities are jumping the gun to ban flavors without conclusive proof about the alleged harm of legal vape products. And it's like a domino effect. I fear that once you take the vape business away from the small guys, it will come back full force, but in the pockets of the big tobacco industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Cole Milton.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm Cole Milton. You guys might know my mom, Erica Weber, and she's sorry she couldn't be here this evening. She had prior engagements. I'm here to talk about just three topics really, and it's responsibilities. And when I say responsibilities, I mean responsibilities of people over the age of 21. I have a 2-year-old son, and I hold myself directly responsible that when he gets into things he's not supposed to, that's purely my responsibility. When you're over the age of 21, you're responsible for upholding the rules and not allowing somebody in your presence or under the age of 21 to be doing that. Human successes and human failures, it happens every day, and that's what makes us as a whole, that's what makes us great, is that we have failures and we have successes every day. And a failure is when somebody over the age of 21 lets somebody under the age or hands somebody under the age of 21 one of these products. Human successes is like the business owners that came in before you that have upheld that law. And when I say responsibilities, I hope that we can go after and enforce the laws that are already in place for allowing the laws that are in place for people that do contribute to the delinquency of a minor or for kids. And I think that as parents, we need to regulate our kids, spend more time with them, show them, love them, take them to the park, take them on vacations, and talk to them when they get home from school, instead of letting them watch TV or play video games, because we've become too far disconnected, in my opinion. And history is...
Thank you very much, Mr. Milton. Jerry Taco.
It's Jerry Takis, by the way, and I talked to you earlier. Takis. I'm one of 9 children, and most of my brothers and sisters smoked cigarettes. My mother drank like a sieve and smoked like a train, but that did not kill her. Diabetes killed her. I'm vegan, I'm organic, bananas and strawberries and all the flavors. I enjoy a good cigar. I enjoy a cigarette, but I'm not addicted. I even enjoy all kinds of other things, but I'm organic. And they say go organic to cure cancer. So it's the parents' job to regulate. And Hollywood glamorizes cigarettes and alcohol. And how many of you, Sergeant Cordero, has had a cigarette or alcohol, especially on New Year's Eve? Does that make you an alcoholic? And does that make your brother or sister alcoholic? Or gateway drugs? When the federal government cannot make money, they call it gateway. But the states have superseded federal law. And why are you going to regulate life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness? Okay? Because I enjoy a cigarette, but I'm not a cigarette smoker. And I'm not addicted. And I enjoy a good cigar, a Nicaraguan cigar. And I look at it. And it's a cultural and religious thing. And then, as far as everything else, let the parent be a parent. And let the city council be the city council. And let the store owner do their due diligence. Because you can't regulate everything or anything, because it'll come back harder and stronger. And you cannot do it because human nature, if pot is a weed and peyote is a cactus and heroin is a poppy, come on now, we're supposed to live off the land. That's the last stage, the red man prophecy, the black man prophecy, the blue man and the yellow man prophecy. And I'm a true native. I'm 75% red, okay? Hopi, Aztec, Mayan, Malaysian, Asian.
Thank you very much. Okay, that concludes all the speakers. I will bring this back to the council.
I'll start out, Mayor.
Is Chantel Jones still here? Oh, she is. If you would like, in case anyone has any questions they would like to, I was hoping you'd still be here. If any questions that maybe the council might have, if you'd like to sit there in front, just, yeah, thank you very much. They may not have any, but just in case. Okay, bring it back to the council and for discussion and or a motion. Mr. Cordero.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In listening to, taking everybody's comments, there's nothing here tonight that is going to stop vaping by people over 21. We're talking about here is the flavored items. I agree with many things that many people said with regard to parenting and so on and so forth. If this is the kind of thing that causes our parents to become more involved in their children's lives, it'll certainly help in more ways than just preventing vaping. We have 6 months of building this project with the stakeholders, according to the city attorney. Something I think that we're forgetting, hasn't been mentioned here yet, I was kind of hoping it would, is what's taken place over the last close to 100 years. The tobacco companies have done a great job at marketing their product and selling the general public these poisons that we're all putting into our system, whether you're a smoker or not. You're getting a little bit of it. And when this product came out, I commented to some of my friends that I said, this vaping looks like it might be the next serious tobacco issue. And of course, it has turned out to be that. So there's nothing here tonight that I can understand is going to prevent people from continuing to vape with the products that they're using over the age of 21, except that they can't use the flavored products. And with 6 months ahead of us to build this with the stakeholders, I personally believe that we should start out with that 6 months without the menthol, the mint, and what was the other one that was? Yeah, wintergreen. If we're going to do it, let's just do it. Let's let the people know that we're starting from that point. And if I had my way, I'd probably ban it all. Tobacco's not a good stuff. The one young lady that spoke and said that they have drugs and alcohol and sex and all of these things that the kids can go out and do, she's right. So who in their right mind would want to put another substance on the street that our kids can get at, or our adults for that matter? So I would like to support this with the addendum that we work on it from this point forward without these three flavors that have been eliminated at this point in time. And we can probably talk about this until the wee hours of the morning, but I'll stop right about here. Thank you very much.
Ms. Soto?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to start by thanking our city staff and my colleagues up here for bringing this forward to the agenda. As I'm sitting here listening to public comment and as I was preparing for this meeting, it was very evident that we as a city and as a council want to prioritize the health and well-being of all of our residents, but especially of our young people. However, as Councilmember Cordero mentioned, if we're going to be doing this, we need to make sure that that there aren't any cracks, right? And learning about menthol, mint, wintergreen, those are highly, highly addictive, and those are also flavored. And unfortunately, this is an epidemic, and reading statistics about how the overwhelming majority of those who do vape, who do use these products, use menthol. I mean, the overwhelming majority are people of color. Tobacco is affecting Black and Latino communities. When I read that over 80% of users are African Americans, over 30% are Latinos, this is a problem. And it's an epidemic, and this is big tobacco money trying to keep us from protecting our young people and our residents. Ultimately, they are preparing their next generation of consumers, of customers. They are hooking them, and if we as a council have an opportunity to stop this epidemic, it is our responsibility. And yes, absolutely, I believe that it is the responsibility of parents to look out for the well-being of their children, but we as elected officials, as leaders of our communities, also have a responsibility and a due diligence to protect every resident within our city. And so with that being said, I am in full support of this ordinance, but I would like to make an amendment and would like to also see included menthol, mint, and wintergreen. Thank you.
Wintergreen. Dr. Moats, did you have a comment?
Sure. Anything else?
I think vaping has a role in adults who are addicted to tobacco products. If by vaping they smoke fewer cigarettes, that's great, and I'm all for that. However, I support the ban on the flavored products, and I would also be inclined to support the amendment to include menthol, mint, and wintergreen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Ms. Waterfield.
You know, we went through this probably a year ago, and it was called marijuana back then, and the city did an ordinance that we ban marijuana products here in the city of Santa Maria. We're repeating ourselves and going through the same thing with the flavored tobacco. I've been doing a lot of research on this, but one thing that caught my eye that was quite, it just really shocked me was the poison control centers have received 3,583 calls about exposure to e-cigarettes, and this was in the Santa Barbara's news press yesterday, and 50% of those calls were children 5 years old and under. And that right there solidified it for me in regards to how careless some of these things are being laid around wherever they're being used. And so I agree with my colleagues here, and I also agree with the menthol, the mint, and the wintergreen needs to be added into this issue as well.
Thank you. You know, during the Second World War, men had their K rations, and there was always a package of cigarettes in there. And I don't know if they were Lucky Strikes or what they were, but I know my dad smoked Lucky Strikes, and he smoked a lot. And it's very, very difficult when you see someone die with lung cancer. And so I certainly do have my biases. You know, and as you said, Dr. Moats, you know, maybe the vaping will help some people in the cessation from smoking cigarettes. But I think it's really important, as Ms. Soto stated, that our kids need to be protected. I agreed with Mr. Melton saying how parents should, and the role of the parent is so important. Unfortunately, we have a lot of people who don't see their role as a parent. But I will be supporting this ban.
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
Having heard a consensus,
Mr. Watson,
from the council, perhaps if there is a motion, it should be to introduce the ordinance as presented with the amendment that the last sentence of paragraph 6-1301B be stricken, and then send it for second reading.
what page is that on?
Page 5 now.
Page 5. Okay. Okay.
I have a motion, Mayor.
Do you have a motion?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Cordero.
I'd like to make a motion that the City Council introduce an ordinance for the first reading and continue to the next meeting for the second reading, and adopt the ordinance amending the Santa Maria Municipal Code by adding Title 13, Tobacco Retailers, and Chapter 6, Public Safety and Welfare, to the institution licensing tobacco retailers, and to prohibit the sale of flavored tobaccos products, to include the three mentioned, and the striking of the last paragraph that Mr. Watson mentioned. That's it.
The last sentence.
The last sentence. Yes, the last sentence.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I have a question.
Sure.
What is the difference, and maybe Chandra can explain the difference between a hookah pipe and vaping. Is it the same thing? If you can come to the podium.
Yeah, so hookah products are also a way of smoking tobacco.
Okay.
They generally have a large variety of flavors as well.
Okay.
Just to give you kind of a frame of reference for them, one session of hookah, I'm not sure how long it may be, half an hour, 45 minutes, is equivalent to smoking 100 cigarettes. And there are similar hundreds of different types of flavors, so that would be included in this ban.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Any further discussion?
I would just like to, well, maybe we should do the voting first, sorry.
What?
Oh, I was
Good.
just going to thank everybody that showed up today, especially the organizations, the promotoras, Santa Barbara County Drug and Alcohol, Fighting Back Santa Maria, Future Leaders of America for being here today.
I would
And
also
the
like
American Cancer Society.
I would like to thank everyone for being so succinct, and I know 2 minutes isn't very much to get your point across, but thank you very much for being so succinct today. Okay, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Councilmember Cordero.
Aye.
Councilmember Moats.
Aye.
Councilmember Waterfield.
Aye.
Councilmember Soto.
Aye.
Madam Mayor Patino.
Aye. Motion carries. Okay, it is 7:15, so if we take a 5-minute break? Okay, 5-minute break? Okay.
Let everyone clear out.
Yeah, we'll take a 5-minute break. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to come back? Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you for your patience. The next order of business is a regular business item. Madam Clerk, could you please read the title?
The City Council will consider a Model Lease 2020 establishing an enforceable space rental agreement between mobile home owners and mobile home park owners.
Okay, thank you. The staff report will be given by our City Attorney, Mr. Watson.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. As the council is aware, for some time, at least a year, the city staff has been tasked with performing a facilitation between park owners of mobile home parks and park residents to the end to create an enforceable Model Lease 2020. I was not privy to many months of this. I came on late, but we've accelerated since then. And as a result, what is in front of you this evening is a model contract for the enforcement of Model Lease 2020. Because we facilitated the Model Lease, it includes compromises from each of the proponents, the park owners as well as the residents. With respect to the elements of the lease, I leave it to those two proponents to give you the pros and cons of those two issues. However, what I am putting in front of you is an enforceable agreement, which was a key component of the request from the members of the residents and the stakeholder groups. This enforceable agreement is an executable contract between the city and each individual park for the purpose that in the event that there is an impasse between a resident and a park owner for a long-term residential space lease, that this known pre-negotiated model lease would be offered to any impassed resident. That would be enforced by the city upon complaint by the aggrieved resident, and would allow the city to force the park owners to provide that model lease as a long-term option to that renter. That is solely the issue that's before you tonight, is whether or not that the city wants to enter into individualized contracts with the park owners. To date, we have received signed authorizations totaling approximately 54% of all of the park spaces out there. Additionally, I have personally communicated with the owners or operators of an additional 28% for a total of 82% of all space rentals. The difficulty with getting signed documents beforehand is some of them have boards, corporations, and in one case a district board that will not be meeting until January. So while I have assurances that they will enter into the agreement, they need to have due process within their own organizations before I could get a signature to put before you this evening. However, I do believe that 82% would be executed within the next 60 days. And with respect to the remaining 18%, some of which we've been having difficulty finding immediate contact information for the owners of those, but many of them are what we would consider our smaller parks, 10, 22, and 25 spaces. So they're a small minority. They were never, residents of those parks were never involved. That would be New Love and a number of those were not involved in the stakeholder meetings. So we don't even have necessarily complaints from those parks. However, in an effort to get 100% enforceability and compliance, we are reaching out significantly, and we will be, even if we have to go out to the parks individually with messengers, we will be endeavoring to get 100% compliance. I'm happy to answer questions with respect to the enforcement agreement from council. However, then we have two proponents, Mr. Gary Hall, who you've seen before, Ms. Lisa Tote on behalf of the park owners. They will each have an opportunity to provide you a 15-minute presentation with respect to the pros and cons or their agreement of the compromise model lease that's in front of you that's attached as an Exhibit A.
And that is, excuse me, that is Exhibit A?
To the enforcement agreement.
Enforcement
Yes, ma'am.
agreement. Did you have a question to ask Dr. Moats?
I do.
Oh, Mr. Cordero?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Mr. Watson, when you articulated the complaint as it would come in from someone, and then they're provided with the model lease to be enforced by the city, all that's going to take some involvement by our city staff, right?
Yes, sir. It primarily would be my office, who, in the event that a park owner refuses to participate, my office will file a civil complaint on the basis of a breach of contract you have in front of you.
Okay. I realize it's basically impossible to tell. It's kind of like asking the police department how long they're going to spend on a call. They have no idea. So do you envision this to be a costly thing on our part?
Two items with respect to that. One, as part of this agreement, the park owners have agreed that we will expedite the trial process, and we'll go in on motion to allow us to obtain specific performance, which would be an order from the court. Secondly, they've agreed to pay all attorney's fees of the city that it will cost to enforce the agreement.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Dr. Moats.
Yeah, Mr. Watson, what we're going to be deciding here tonight when we vote is on the enforceability of the model lease. We're not actually going to be discussing the individual items in the model lease, such as the price rental increase per month, or the floors or the ceilings. Is that correct?
Well, I'm confident you will hear from both proponents about their position on the model lease. However, the only action item in front of council is whether or not to adopt the enforcement agreement.
Thank you.
Okay. So, thank you very much. And so we have...
I have a question.
Excuse me, Ms. Soto.
No worries.
Question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Watson, you said that the process would be expedited if there is a breach in contract, correct?
Yes.
And is that per state law, or is that...
That's contained within the contract.
That's
itself.
contained within the contract?
Yes.
And can you explain to me that process of what that would look like?
A typical process in a civil litigation would be the filing of a complaint, the filing of an answer or other responsive motion, and then waiting for a trial, which could be over a year out. In this case, we would file a complaint. Within 30 to 60 days, we would receive an answer or responsive pleading, and we would immediately go to court to ask the court to enforce the agreement per its terms, which would require the park owner to offer the model lease. So, under the assumption that you have an impasse between a resident and a park owner that remains unable to be bridged, the resident comes to us, we would file a complaint, serve it on that individual park owner who is not performing. We would probably have a resolution within, I would say, 90 days.
But between them coming to us responding, us doing the civil suit, we have 5 days to do all of that.
5 days?
You mentioned, I heard you mention 5 days?
No, 90 days.
90 days.
90 days, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That would be my expectation. We would be able to get a court hearing, including both sets of pleadings, within 90 days.
Okay, thank you.
It's as expedited as the trial courts will allow us.
Ms. Waterfield?
My question is, to your knowledge, and I know you haven't been here very long, but has the city or council ever been involved in anything like this before between two private entities, that we would come in and go through this process that we're going through right now?
This candidly is a first in my 30 years of doing municipal law. And candidly, I came up with the contract scenario because I believed it was the shortest term we could get. And that does not put us in a position to interfere with the opportunity for a space renter and a park owner to individually negotiate. Rather, it provides a backstop of a known contract that in the event they are unable to specifically negotiate, that they would have some certainty of what it is for a long-term lease. The other issue as well is that the city is not positioned to enforce leases between the individual, because we cannot provide representation
Correct.
for individuals. We provide representation for the city. This was a way to provide security and enforceability, which was a key component of the residents' request when I was first brought in, and I believe it fulfills all of the obligations that the council tasked us with.
Great, that's what I needed to hear you say.
Did you have your hand up, Dr. Mopes?
I did.
Oh, okay.
The model lease that we have in here, is that subject to amendment or change, or is that the final version of it? And if it isn't, do we have any say in any changes that might occur in it?
Again, that was specifically facilitated between the park owners and the residents. We came in with ultimate compromises at the end when they were unable to agree. However, I have 50% of the park owners have already submitted and accepted the contract with the model lease as provided. If it was to be amended, I would have to go back to those park owners and identify whether or not they were willing to accept those amendments. This was intended to be a known lease at the end of the facilitated process, which again was ongoing for almost a year.
And the tenants of the mobile home parks, you mentioned 50% or 82% have already signed something?
Again, it's not the tenants, and I want to be clear. Mobile park owners are owners of their particular trailer. They are not they are space renters, but not tenants. Tenancy has a different connotation. This really is a cooperative relationship between an owner of an asset and the owner of the land on which that asset sits. So I don't want to confuse those two, because tenancy has a different context.
Then have the space owners actually held any kind of a formal vote? Or
no, and we have not received anything. We had a group, and they've appeared in front of the council on numerous occasions, that were representative of a segment of our residential population. I do not recall specifically if I ever communicated at one of those stakeholder meetings with someone from a family park. As a matter of fact, I think almost all of them were from a senior park, and about between 1/3 and half of our parks are family parks. So I do think that has a key distinction, because a lot of the economic elements that you've heard regularly solely deal with senior parks. And I heard from some family park owners that because their trailer owners are working, they do not have the same level of impact that some of these issues that have been before you with respect to their economic status.
so, Mr. Watson, if anyone up here on the dais is in disagreement with the current terms of the model lease, do we have any say in it tonight?
Again, that was negotiated between the park owners and the park. What you can do is you can reject the agreement. That's your option. You can authorize the mayor to sign the agreement, recommend changes to the model lease, and then I would have to go back to each of the park owners and see if they would accept those changes. And basically, we would continue this process.
Thank you.
But what I would recommend is, if you wanted to do that, you would authorize the mayor to execute enforcement agreements that the park owners would accept. So we wouldn't have to bring this back for another public hearing. But either way, I'd have to go back to the park owners, because they've agreed the document as transmitted to you.
Thank you. Okay, so that the format tonight, we'll have Mr. Hall and Ms. Toke each are granted 15 minutes and give their presentation. And Mr. Hall will go first, and he promised me he would try to stay within that 15, well, not quite a promise, but he said he would try to stay within that 15 minutes. Okay, thank you. Mr. Hall.
Good evening. Could I have the clicker? And I've got a presentation I'd like to run through. Thank you. Somebody want to tell me how to operate it? John, is it just the right arrow? There it is. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, my name is Gary Hall. I live at Rancho Buena Vista Mobile Estates. And yes, you've seen me before, and yes, you're getting tired of looking at me, and I'm getting tired of looking at you too. So there's my full disclosure. Now I've got a 20-page PowerPoint, but I just heard some comments that I have to now provide comment on that I'm a little taken back by. So I'm going to lay out a question without expecting an answer. But you can't have an enforcement agreement with an attachment that describes a model lease if the model lease is subject to change. It's backwards. And the note I wrote to myself, this is A, backwards. To have an agreement before the lease. To have park owners signing an agreement before the cities even sign the agreement seems a little backwards to me also. So, that said, good evening. We think it's overdue, okay? Now, I got real cagey because I put a blank in here to take a moment to say what I really wanted to start with, and that's thank you. Thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for being here all the different nights that we have talked about this. Thank you for the time that you have spent on this subject, just like almost as much as maybe I have. I doubt it, but I know the staff has done put in a lot of time, and I appreciate that. And I hear them, see their brains turning over there, so thank you for all your efforts. And I thank you all for your service. I do appreciate it, and I know it's no easy thing. And I also want to thank my fellow manufactured homeowners. Say hello. All right. So, Jim? So we've got several faces and voices here. I will try very hard to follow the presentation, and what I actually would hope to cover is and follow is my cover letter to the November 14th packet that was included in your packets that you've already seen. It does include the recommendations for modifications to the model lease, as well as recommendations for modifications to the enforcement agreement. So I do hope there's some discussion about it, and it may require some additional action. I've also heard that some people think all we ever wanted was an RSO, a rent stabilization ordinance. And I'm here to tell you right now that that's false. That is not what we started out for, because we had very specific goals in mind. And that first goal is to correct the failure of the informal and voluntary model lease of 1999. The second one is to end the excessive rent increase that had become routine over the last 19 years. The third is to protect the manufactured homeowners from any future predatory manufactured home park owners. And four, to help maintain affordable housing for the seniors and low-income citizens who remain vulnerable to the rising cost of living here in Santa Maria. My note says click. This is, I won't go through every line of this, but I want you to remember that rent stabilization ordinances are commonplace in this state of ours, dating back to the 60s. Rent stabilization in Santa Barbara County was passed in 1979, and the list of cities you can all read occurred in the 80s, all around us. Of course, the city did reject it in 99, and then we started down this model lease path that we have at least used the words ever since 1999. Little else to show for it. We began our talks on rent stabilization. Rent stabilization, I want to emphasize, is the language we've always used since our first meetings back in October of 2018. Stakeholder meeting started in January, and one of the first statements I heard from the owners was when rent stabilization, or a lot of people use the language, nasty language, rent control, that as soon as that's introduced, parks go in decline. Well, we're here to tell you there's plenty of examples where that does not occur. All over this state. There are some 110, I think we're up to, rent stabilization ordinances in place This is one that's fairly recent, up in Humboldt County. A beautiful park, people. That doesn't look like abuse and lack of maintenance in any form. Same thing applies to the lovely place in Santa Cruz. Who doesn't want to go live there? And they have rent control, rent stabilization, and look at the quality of the park. San Jose, same story. These are just 3 of 110 different jurisdictions. And I think they do bear witness to the fact that there's no automatic connection between rent stabilization and park maintenance. There is the possibility that tighter budgets may be required on the part of the owners. There may be the opportunity for less profit on the part of the owners, but that doesn't automatically mean lack of maintenance. This is a busy slide that nobody can read, but I want you to just to bring your attention to the fact that that's a 20-year historical account of LA CPI, Consumer Price Index, versus COLA, which is our cost of living allowance, which is where we get our increases in fixed incomes, versus a 3% floor. 3% floor meaning a minimum amount of increase that's been embedded in leases, at least at Rancho Buena Vista, for the last 20 years. Excuse me while I drink. The green bar is especially important because it represents the COLA. The COLA increase that's done on an annual basis. And you see, I was hoping that I had a pointer, but I don't have a pointer. So you see that over on the right-hand side, you see green disappears. But guess what doesn't disappear? The yellow, which is the amount of increase in the lease because of the 3% floor. Now, that provides lots of detail for the last 20 years. Here's the really important part of the message there. That's a 12-year chart. That starts in 2008. That assumes a $500 a month rent. It assumes a $500 a month income. All right, so then we apply those numbers that we saw in the previous slide from 2008 to 2020. And the effect of that is quite phenomenal, I think. If you would have only the green bar again, let me point to the green bar in the last group on the right-hand side. That's the COLA. A $500 COLA or a fixed income has increased based on COLA up to $600. In contrast to the yellow bar, which is the effect of the minimum 3%. The bar on the left, the red, orangey color right there, is if the rent had only increased according to cost of living, Consumer Price Index, even in LA, which is a high one. But we could not keep up with the automatic increases that put that floor imposed. Now, I don't want to belabor the point, but the council agenda needs a little correction. Okay, the first correction I want to point to is the fact that, according to the report, City Council directed City Manager and City Attorney to facilitate a new 10-year model lease. Well, I never heard that in public. What I heard in public was the fact that the mayor, on November 6th, asked the manager, that City Manager Stillwell, contact me, Mr. Hall, and add the item to future council meeting agendas. And what occurred actually was the idea of stakeholder meetings became a part. And we went to those stakeholder meetings and we looked at each other and wonder why we were there. Nesbitt tried to introduce some alternatives that we wanted to discuss. Apparently, the only thing that really the park owners wanted to discuss was, let's just keep everything the same. Long-term leases work, so let's just stay there. We think that was a mistake. So, correction number 2 I'd like to make to the report is the fact that, and the city attorney's already made mention to the fact that there was compromise performed. Well, he says the residents and park owners made concessions during the negotiating process. When the parties were unable to come to a consensus, the city attorney, as facilitator, inserted his compromises. And his compromises, unfortunately, equated to what the owners were asking for in every case of those open items that existed at the beginning of his effort to compromise. And I'll cover those right now. This chart you can barely see, but it's important because it does demonstrate what the final lease in yellow in the middle. In yellow is the provision of the final model lease. The column next to it are the provisions we ask for, and we ask for, and we ask for, and we continue to ask for, as is demonstrated in the column on the right-hand side. No floor. We want to avoid a repeat of what's those previous charts clearly demonstrated. All right? And there was a change in the ceiling. We asked for a 5% ceiling, and the ceiling in the final version went up to 6. Okay? The other thing that occurred, interestingly enough, was the fact that the condition where rents will increase automatically upon sale. That was in the early drafts of the model lease, shown as 5% every 5 years, a limit of 5% every 5 years. And that stayed that way until the final version, when it looked like there were too many concessions being given up by the owners, and they raised it to 7.5%. 7.5% every 5 years. That wasn't a compromise on our part. That was an introduction that was made with input from the owners. Now, another busy chart, but I'm all about charts, so I'm going to bore you with this one as well. This is one that some people have already seen that actually demonstrates a lot of what I've already said. In the top line, it just establishes a baseline of rent at $500 and a baseline of fixed income. All right, the next lines are with following what has been in place. For example, at Rancho Buena Vista, we've had an annual increase of 100% of the LA CPI with a 3% minimum. Now, what that has produced over the last 12 years is an increase of that hypothetical 500 up to $734 a month. That's almost a 47% increase. If there had been no floor during that same time period and the same LA CPI, that would have only raised to $611 or a 26% increase. Okay? Dramatically different because of the floor. Now, we all like the idea of the improvements that have been made in the model lease, and the model lease did revise the CPI to the western state Class B and C cities, which is better and more representative of consumer price index changes here in Santa Maria. And there was a reduction to the 2.5% floor, a concession of 0.5%. So what would have been the big impact of those changes? Well, the rent from $500 only increased to $697 during that same time period, and a 34% increase. Better, not enough, but better. If there had been no floor during that same time period with the West BC CPI in place, the rent would have only increased to $611, which is only a 22% increase. All better, still not there, as long as the floor is in the way. Sorry, that's backwards. This is just a graphical representation of the same data. On the left-hand side, you see $500 income and rent. On the right-hand side, you see the increase in COLA to the level of $600, which I've already mentioned, and that with the 2.5% provision and the West City Class BC right at $700. Okay? Is that 15? I lied, but I'm getting there.
Would the council want to okay, go ahead and continue.
Is that all right?
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
And then, Rhonda, can you make the time, figure out how much time that is so we can give the other Side the time. Okay, excuse me. Go ahead, Gary.
Keep going.
Yeah.
The last correction I'd like to make to the council agenda report is in the reference that I appreciate to the executive summary, which we did write and wrote it, trying to give some kind of definition to what the provisions of model lease really were expected to be and what the intentions were. So I wrote that executive summary and provided it along with requested provisions that would be made to honor the executive summary description. Well, those never got picked up except in early versions of the draft. Sorry, I don't have the right slide yet. So my point is, though the report claims the staff believes the Model Lease 2020 and the enforcement agreement fulfill the above goals, we disagree. These are excerpts from the executive summary that I did provide, and as you can see in red are the areas where we don't believe those have been fulfilled at all. We still don't have control over the rapidly rising and exorbitant space rents. We still don't have protective limits that protect us from the continuation of what we've seen in the past. We do not see any leases, or all leases, which is the way it's worded, taking effect in 2020, which there's plenty of them out there in all the parks that are in conformance with EML 2020. So I don't think that's fulfilled, especially when, like I said, there's plenty of people which we'll hear about have already signed their leases and they didn't get any protection from the model lease. And then the last item, of course, is the fact that not all homeowners even know about it yet. So we can't say that we've taken care of everybody when not everybody even knows about it. All right, now I'm on to the enforcement agreement itself. And a real strong point I want to make is the fact that I'm not a lawyer, but we did have the enforcement agreement reviewed by our attorney and gave us some important points that we made and I delivered in my cover letter, in the attachment to my cover letter. We still believe that providing an incentive to a park owner to sign this agreement if we promise that there won't be any rent control ordinance for you to ever worry about is inappropriate. We think that a more appropriate language would be this agreement has been offered to all park owners as potential alternative to being governed by rent stabilization. Don't promise we won't. Promise that we'll try not to if everything else is going well. Two quick ones. Just on the basis of our attorney's comments, he did strongly believe that the language in 2.02 was vague at best and recommended improved language as we presented to you. Seriously want you to take a look at that and make those changes. The other part is in the 4.01 where the notifications and communication is strictly between the city and park owners. We think as residents we should be at least considered third-party beneficiaries and be included in any communication. We're not asking for approval. We're not asking to be a signatory, but we think we do deserve to be copied and notified. Yay, he's at the summary. In summary, effective rent stabilization is required in Santa Maria, still required, still overdue. Enforceable Model Lease 2020 and its enforcement agreement as you receive them are not acceptable. The goal to provide enforceable model rent stabilization in Santa Maria to all, that's all mobile home owners in all mobile home parks, is still not satisfied. Model Lease 2020 remains a voluntary program. There's no way that this can be viewed as anything but voluntary. Over the past 13 months, one fact has become abundantly clear. True and complete rent stabilization for all mobile homeowners will only be realized when the City of Santa Maria adopts a rent stabilization ordinance that will act in complement to the model lease. Complement, not replace, complement. I might even point you to one that's been very successful in the state already that resembles that is the hybrid rent stabilization ordinance in Modesto, California. What do we want? We want the power to come back on. Did it time me out again? There. Okay, we are asking you to adopt the version of Model Lease 2020 and the enforcement agreement as we presented our modifications, not without the modifications. And we would like to see you place the draft stabilization ordinance that we delivered to you on October 15th in this meeting on the next City Council agenda as soon as possible. Then, and only then, our goals have been satisfied. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, how much time was that? 20 minutes. 20?
Not bad.
Not bad. Thank you. Okay. Next, we'll hear from Lisa Toke. So now you no longer have 15 minutes, you have 20 minutes.
Yay. Thank you.
Okay.
So good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council, and City staff. My name is Lisa Toke, and I'm here on behalf of the park owners this evening. Madam Clerk is going to be assisting me with my PowerPoint, my first in 22 years of practicing law, so I apologize in advance for any difficulties, but there are some documents in it that need to be enlarged in order for everybody to see them. In addition, each of you have a paper copy of the documents in front of you, numbered 1 through 11, because there are 11 documents in my presentation. I'd like to give a quick recap of each of the 3 parks that I represent. Casa Grande, 420 spaces, over 98% of them have signed a long-term lease. In 2010, the average rent in the park was $568. In 2019, the average rent in the park is $747. The average rent in the park therefore increased by $179 in 10 years. I think Gary and I must be doing different math because if we look at the next slide, or not, Madam Clerk, am I doing something wrong? See, I knew this would happen. Okay, so there is a slide showing the rent increases in the park each year by average and the amounts of the rent increase, and they show and confirm my statement that there has been an average rent increase in the park in 10 years of a total of $179. And again, each of you have those papers in front of you. Should I be advancing them, or would you like to, Madam Clerk? No, you can. Okay. It's not letting me, though.
Where's your next slide?
It should say Casa del Rio at the top. I can just go on verbally, we don't need to look at the slides. So Casa del Rio has 236 spaces. Over 83%, according to my PowerPoint, have signed a long-term lease. It's actually over 86% as of today. In 2010, the average rent in Casa del Rio was $629. In 2019, the average rent in Casa del Rio, thank you, is $789, which shows an average rent increase over 10 years of $160. Again, not a very big number over 10 years. I don't know if maybe we should just skip the embedded. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. So the second item in your packets is the data showing that rent increase that I just mentioned in Casa del Rio. If we now move to the 6th slide, which is Rancho Buena Vista recap. Rancho Buena Vista has 209 spaces. over 38% of them have their long-term lease signed. That's the park that Gary Hall lives in. In 2010, the average rent in the park was $585. In 2019, the average rent in the park is $776. So that's a $191 increase in 10 years. And that slide that we can't see here is also in your packets. So let's compare the average rent increases in Casa Grande, Casa del Rio, and Rancho Buena Vista with the average rent increases in apartments in Santa Maria. The average rent increases in Casa Grande, Casa del Rio, and Rancho Buena Vista have been, as you just saw, between $160 and $191 over the last 10 years. The average rent increases in Santa Maria apartments have been $132 over the last 10 months. Interesting comparison. There's a slide that demonstrates that right there, that's in your packets. Now, there are 11 other parks in Santa Maria. We've heard some discussion of them tonight. They range between 10 and 150 spaces. Some of them are senior parks and some of them are family parks, which has also been mentioned tonight, have different concerns in family parks than in senior parks with regard to income and such. I believe that the council may hear from some representatives of those other parks this evening in the public comment period, and I know that there were written presentations made by a number of them to the council. I don't know if you've received them, but I have seen them. So at the stakeholders meetings, we were charged with negotiating and preparing a model lease and an enforcement agreement. We did just that over the past 11 months. And those documents are before you this evening. Obviously, the model lease is an exhibit to the enforcement agreement. The model lease has a 2.5% floor and a 6% ceiling. The reasonableness of the floor can be demonstrated several ways. First, Casa Grande, Casa del Rio, and Rancho Buena Vista all use the August CPI to calculate their rent increases. They have for decades, and the average of the August CPIs under the Metropolitan Index that those parks have been using for decades is demonstrated in the slides in your packet. What we did is we ran the CPI for August from the time that Casa del Rio opened in 1974 and averaged all of those August CPIs. The number was 3.94%, which is significantly higher than the 2.5% floor in the model lease. We did the same thing in Casa Grande, which opened in 1979, 5 years later, and the average of those CPIs was 3.37%, also significantly above 2.5% floor in the model lease. Finally, we did the same thing in Rancho Buena Vista, which opened in 1988. It's the youngest of the three parks that I represent. And the average of that number was still above 2.5, this time 2.64. Second way to demonstrate the reasonableness of the 2.5% floor is the fact that the Metropolitan Index, which again is the one we've been using for decades, has been at or above 2.5% for 22 of the last 22 months. We provided copies of the CPIs from January 2018 to September 2019 to the council, and the October 2019 CPI, which is the most recent one to come out, was 3.2% under the Metropolitan Index, again in excess of 2.5%. There's a copy of that October CPI in your packets. And another reason for the floor is that the park owner's costs often increase in excess of CPI. Some examples of that are in Casa Grande, the horrible events of June 21st, 2019 that I'm sure you're all aware of. Casa Grande had to pay $30,000 to have its gas service restored to the 420 spaces in Casa Grande. It happened on a Saturday because they wanted to make sure that the residents had their gas service back after it was disconnected by the emergency responders. In addition, Rancho Buena Vista paid $30,000, around the same amount, for a new electrical transformer. So these are costs that the parks need to bear, and oftentimes the residents aren't even aware of them. Parks don't necessarily run around telling everybody what every single cost is that they pay, but there are lots of costs that are imposed upon the parks that they need to be able to cover, and that would be a justification for a floor. We've had some discussions about the concessions that both sides have made in this process. The park owners have made more than a few of them, and I'd like to just go over them here. The first is with regard to the term. The park owners initially proposed 10 years because that's what has been in place for decades. The residents proposed at one point 1, 5, 7, or 10 years. And the model lease allows 5 or 10 years. So that was a compromise on behalf of the parks for agreeing that there could be an alternative to a 10-year lease in the form of a 5-year lease. The next compromise relates to the CPI. The park owners, again, had been using the metropolitan CPI for decades, and the residents proposed an index for smaller cities. The park owners, after a fair amount of resistance, ended up agreeing to that. And so that is one of the provisions of the model lease, is using the index for smaller cities as opposed to the metropolitan index that every park I represent and many rent and control ordinances use. The next compromise relates to the floor and ceiling. Park owners started out by proposing a 3% floor and a 7% ceiling. The residents proposed, at 100% of CPI, the residents proposed 50% and then 75% of CPI, refused to agree to any floor whatsoever, and eventually proposed a 5% ceiling. The model lease calls, as you've heard, for 100% of CPI with a 2.5% floor and a 6% ceiling. Now, the difference between those two numbers in terms of the 3% to the 2.5% is actually more significant than you might think as a result of the change from the index for metropolitan cities to the index for the smaller cities, given that the index for the smaller cities is always lower than the index for the metropolitan cities. So, for example, in the October 2019 CPI, the metropolitan index was 3.2% and the smaller cities index is 2.5%. This is a little legal mumbo jumbo, but there's some indemnification language in the lease at paragraph 12, and the model lease includes language with regard to indemnification that's more favorable to the residents than the parks had initially proposed. The next compromise is with regard to the increase upon transfer at paragraph 17 of the lease. Park owners proposed a 5% increase upon every transfer. The residents came back and proposed 5% every 5 years. So the park owners came back and said, okay, if you're going to limit the frequency of the increases, we want a higher percentage. And so we proposed 10% every 5 years, and the model lease calls for a compromise of 7.5% every 5 years. Another compromise or concession that the park owners allowed or agreed to was enforcement. The model lease, as you've heard, the prior version of the model lease was not enforceable. The residents requested enforceability, and the park owners agreed that model lease 2020 would be enforceable pursuant to the enforcement agreement that we've heard about tonight and that you're considering tonight. And the enforcement agreement itself requires a number of concessions by the park owners. They, in that agreement, they're agreeing to provide the model lease in addition to the 2 leases that they're required to provide by the mobile home residency law. They're also agreeing to the terms of the model lease. And, this is the big one, they're accepting potential liability for attorney's fees, as we've heard some discussion of, in the event that they breach the enforcement agreement. The park owners are not, however, willing to enter into the enforcement agreement unless it includes the language at the 4th paragraph of the recitals that states that the City Council will not consider a rent control ordinance, not forever, but just for the term of the enforcement agreement, which is 10 years. One of the most significant benefits of the model lease and enforcement agreement for the city and the residents, and I think we've heard some discussion about this, is that neither of those parties will incur any costs as a result of that agreement. Instead, attorney's fees for any lawsuit that's filed because a park owner breaches the enforcement agreement will be borne by that park owner. There have been a lot of comments about the struggles that residents in Santa Maria are having financially. And I would like to be very clear this time, if I wasn't clear last time, in saying that we, my clients and I, feel great empathy every time one of those residents stands up and talks about his or her struggles. My clients have, however, done their best to help residents who are struggling in their parks. And I'm confident that other park owners have done the same. Here are some examples. So my clients have allowed residents who have lost spouses to defer paying rent on their spaces until they get back on their feet and or sell their homes, and you'll hear more about details about that from my clients. My clients have also one of my clients reduced the rent for all the residents of his park when the Social Security benefits were not increased in 2016. You'll hear some from him about that as well. Another park met with the hospitalized resident of that park, coordinated with him and his family to have a crew come in and clean up his home and get it ready for sale, and facilitated actually selling that home so the resident was able to move on without keeping the home. And finally, my clients have donated to and participated in food banks that benefit residents who are struggling. If a particular resident can't afford to live in one of my client's parks or any of the parks in Santa Maria, he or she has the option to sell his or her home in place and take advantage of the fact that mobile homes are worth more in place in a park than they are just sitting in a manufacturer's factory, for example. So the fact that there is a strong market for mobile homes can be confirmed by data that's in your packet that's based on multiple listing service information. For example, the median sale price in Rancho Buena Vista over the last 2 years is $115,000, and the median days on the market is 31. This isn't, in other words, a situation where a resident stuck and has to keep his or her home forever or wants to sell it and cannot do so. The median sale price in Casa Grande over the last 2 years is $72,750, and the median days on the market is 41. And finally, the median sale price in Casa del Rio over the last 2 years is $69,900, and the median days on the market is 34. Finally, I finished in less than my time. We respectfully request that the model lease and enforcement agreement be approved as they were presented to the council, and we express our sincere appreciation to Madam Mayor, the City Council, and City staff for their assistance in facilitating this process.
Okay, one moment, Lisa. Ms. Waterfield has a question.
Lisa, do you know if the park owners have ever marketed their mobile home parks as affordable housing?
No, they have not. Actually, my clients have not. I don't know if any other park owners have, but my clients have not. And actually, one of my clients' parks, Rancho Buena Vista, was built and presented to be an upscale senior housing community patterned after Leisure World in Southern California. So it's certainly not considered to be affordable housing.
So they definitely have a lot of amenities.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Did you have a question
Yes,
for Ms.
for her,
Choke?
yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You mentioned you changed the slide really fast, so I might have messed up on the dates here. That there's an option for a choice by people of 1, 3, or 5 years. Was that correct?
I had said that the residents requested 1, 5, 7, or 10 years at one point during our negotiations, but I pointed out that 1 year is actually contrary to the mobile home residency law definition of a long-term lease, And also, my clients frankly were concerned about having to go through this process, this lengthy and expensive process that we've gone through just in the last year, all over again in a shorter period of time. And so they would prefer to stick with the terms that they have used for decades with the addition of a 5-year term. So now the residents in the model lease would have 2 options, a 5-year term or a 10-year term.
Okay, and that's an individual choice. So as neighbors, if we both live right next door to each other, I can choose the 5 and he can choose the 10, or do we all have to go the same?
No. There are, if you flip through the model lease, there are certain, it's difficult to have a one-size-fits-all for mobile home parks because they're very different from one another. And so there are certain terms that are within the model lease that are the same for everybody. And then there are other terms where people can choose. So for example, with regard to the term, people could choose, you and your neighbor, you do 5, he does 10, vice versa. And then there are also going to be other terms that are specific to specific parks. For example, with regard to subletting. Some parks allow it, some parks don't. Those are terms that can be determined by the particular park.
Thank you.
Dr. Moats?
Yeah, Ms. Tuck, do you represent any of the mobile home parks in Orchid?
I do.
Okay. Things are quite a bit different in Orchid because they have a rent control because they have a rent control ordinance. Now, isn't it true that they use 0.75% of the CPI instead of full CPI? But I don't know if that's big cities or little cities.
It is the Metropolitan Index.
That's a big sale.
Yes, that's what the Santa Barbara County Rent Control Ordinance calls for.
Okay. Is it true that they have no floor in Orchid?
The ordinance, the rent control ordinance for Santa Barbara County has no floor, yes, but there are many rent control ordinances that do have floors.
So what are the circumstances of the mobile home park owners in Orchid making a profit when they're obviously have less favorable terms than the mobile home park owners in Santa Maria?
I don't think I can comment on the profit that's made by mobile home park owners in other parks that aren't in Santa Maria. I don't, that's not information that I could provide.
Oh. I know the mobile home parks in Santa Maria are just beautiful. I don't know about the state of the mobile home parks in Orchid, but I just thought I'd point that out.
Thank you, Mrs. Toke.
Thank you.
Oh, did you have a question? Oh, yeah.
Sorry. The question would be for Ms. Toko or for
Okay.
our city attorney.
Okay.
My question is regarding, thank you, sorry. My question, or I guess my concern, is more about the process in the event of the contract being breached or the agreement being breached. As I was reading this, I read it as if though, and what I understood from it, I should say, what I understood from it was that the tenants, the residents, would have to go through and would have to go through the city, so then the city would have to move along in court with the park owner. So essentially, is that saying that the residents don't really have any protections or any ability for them to be able to represent themselves in court?
That's not correct, because the difference is when you hold over a long-term lease, you go to a month-to-month on the same terms and conditions that your underlying lease was on. This is in the event that they cannot negotiate a new long-term lease, that a resident could come to the city and say, the park owner has refused to offer me the model lease, we are at impasse. We would then send a letter to the park owner saying, you are obligated under your contract to do so, they failed to do so, and then we would file suit. It would be again, a process of last resort. Because in the interim, the ongoing relationship between the park owner and the resident would be the same, just on a month-to-month basis.
Okay, so, or in the event that, let's say, the park owner raised the rent higher than what was in the lease agreement, would the resident have to come to the city?
In that case, the resident would have their own lease issue related as a civil matter between them and the park owner. The city would not be involved in that case. just like a tenant with an apartment complex.
So this is only to ensure that that the park owners are offering this lease agreement to their residents.
Correct.
If they cannot come to an agreement amongst themselves.
That's correct. And
Thank
so
you.
that there are full terms and an understandable term that they have available to them.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Waterfield?
I have one question for Ms. Stokes. I know that in the previous presentation, the word predatory park owners was used. How many, has there been any eviction for hardships that you know of in any of these parks due to loss of spouse or other situations?
I can only speak for the parks that I represent, and there absolutely have never been any such evictions. My clients have a policy of working with folks who are suffering from hardships and trying to work something out with them so that they would not have to leave the park just because they were having a hardship. But I can't speak to the other parks in the city.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Here? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank
and
you.
Mr. Hall?
Yeah.
Oh, before the rebuttal?
Yeah.
Okay. Public comments.
Staff has received 2 letters from Mr. Gary Hall opposed to the enforceable lease as presented and offered proposed changes, and from Jared Gonzalez of Western Manufactured Housing Communities in support of the enforceable lease as presented. And I have 25 requests to speak.
Okay. So what's your pleasure? 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes? 2? 2? Okay. Huh? It's not very, okay. Okay, we'll do 2 minutes. And I will read out your names so you'll know ahead of time when you're going to come to speak. Esperanza Romero, followed by Anna Reva, followed by, this isn't right, is it? Columba Solano. These are the ones I had, maybe they are right. These are the ones I had for the other. Daniel Swanson, that's a different one. Okay. So is Esperanza Romero here? That's what I thought. Anna Reva?
They just put the wrong number.
I don't know. Some of them filled them out twice because I saw duplicates. Okay. Daniel Swanson.
I'm here.
I know, in the front row.
I was expecting 5 minutes, so this is, I'm just going to have to wing it. First thing I'd like to...
You know what? I never do 5 minutes. I always do, we usually do 3 minutes, but because there's so many people here tonight.
I thought when you made the agenda you got longer, but that's my fault. I apologize. Madam Mayor, esteemed City Council, Mr. Watson, and Mr. Stillwell, who I found to be a good guy, and Mr. Watson also. The first thing that I'd like to say, I heard what Lisa said. If the CPI was over 2.5% for a majority of the months, then what the heck is she worried about a minimum for? I mean, there shouldn't be a minimum because the CPI is going to be higher than that. So I think that falls on deaf ears. And I think that that's just another thing to try to get you to believe what, her point is. As far as compromise, I was on the lease committee, and you notice on Rancho Buena Vista it was only 38%. The other parks probably didn't get the information out to the people that were still working on this. So the biggest thing that I can tell you is this. We agreed, the final thing from Barry, who's the owner, and Lisa and Vicky, was 2.5% and 7%. And it was with the other CPI, the Los Angeles one. The other thing was 5% vacancy factor for every 5 years. And now all of a sudden, in that individual meeting with the city attorney and city manager and Lisa and Gary, it comes back at 7.5. We're going backwards. And I'm going to tell you, vacancy factor, when you have two homes, one with a $650 space rent and another one with $900, same model, same condition, the person with the $900 is going to lose $20,000 or $30,000 just to get rid of it to compensate for the higher space rent. And this vacancy control, you got to at least put it down to 5%. Now, I understand what you said, sir, earlier about this is just to either accept the lease or not. But you know what? I would like to see...
Go ahead and finish
I would
up.
like to see us, when I say us, the city and the residents, adopt the Orchid or Santa Barbara County enforceable lease. This way, we don't put the owners in power again to where where Lisa has the power to negotiate here, and she's getting more. And I could give you plenty of examples where we compromised, which she's certainly not going to bring up with the residents' compromises because it doesn't make her look good. So, get rid of the 2.5%, drop it to 5%, or just go to the other. And if you want to stay with the other, the points that I meant, and also the vacancy factor, that's a big thing. Drop it down to 5% like we had agreed to over there. And also, we're paying for city water and trash, which Casa Del Rio isn't. Casa Grande is so heavily subsidized. So when you pay, I'm paying $800 a month. When I add that $130 in, our market rate rent is way above the other parks.
Thank you, Mr. Swanson. Paul Kirk, followed by... I'm going to ask that you don't clap because then you can't hear the names when I call the names. Mr. Kirk, followed by Jackie Jones, followed by Bob Headley.
Madam Mayor, Council, I want to thank you for taking this up over the last 12 to 18 months. I and Casa Grande have been involved for 2 years. We first got a letter from our park owner in December of 2017, giving us the opportunity to start working in the 2018 year. And we did. We fulfilled that. We worked about 12 months. We had 5 meetings with the residents in the park. Those were well-attended meetings. We had the attorney for the park and the park manager on multiple occasions who came and answered questions. I was at a podium like this for a little over 2 hours on at least 3 or 4 of those meetings. And we handed out handouts during the year. So it's a little bit of a misnomer to say people from Casa Grande did not get information. Now, we were completed in December of 2018, but we held off working with the Nesbitt folks, good folks, our neighbors, during the 2019 year for 6 months until we decided through the HOA, and the HOA president is here tonight, we decided through the HOA board they wanted to go ahead and move on getting the lease signed. So we set it in motion, got it signed in July, August. 3 people signed our lease last week. We're up to 98% of the people. Let me address one thing. It was just brought up. Yes, we at Casa Grande pay $115 less per month than Rancho Buena Vista. Trash and sewer and our water is much less. It's just the fortune of living in Casa Grande that the way it was established and the way it's set up in our lease, our owner pays for trash and sewer, and our base rate, where the city is approximately $35, we're at $640, and we have a commitment for 5 more years at $640. That's a lot of savings, and that's the reason 98% of the people signed their lease, I believe. They're getting a big break.
Thank you. And so you said to pull Casey Chavers, you said to pull hers? Okay, thank you. Jackie Jones, followed by Bob Headley, followed by John Vasquez. Okay. We'll be here.
Well, I won't. My name is Jackie Jones, and I live at
in Rancho Buena Vista Park. And I've just come, and apparently you've heard a lot of statistics, you've seen a lot of numbers thrown at you. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to tell you how much our rent has gone up. I'm just going to merely simply say what Gary asked me to say from the heart. We cannot keep on doing this increase every year and keep up with medical expenses and other expenses that have gone sky high. There is no way. And so I know you get bored with hearing people say we're in dire straits, but we are asking that you would consider the people that are staying there, that try to keep up their homes, and we just ask for your agreement with the most way to benefit as many as possible. And I thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Bob Headley, followed by John Vasquez, followed by M.K. Judge.
Wasn't me. I'll set myself on fire. Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council members, and City staff. My name is Bob Headley, and I represent the owners at Casa del Rio. What I think is important for you to know, I have 3 examples of how we run our park and some things we do to look out for our residents. Number 1 is, in 2010, I met with the lease committee from Casa del Rio. We made an agreement upon how we were going to set up our rents over the next 10 years. One of the steps we did is we did a rent survey for the market rents in Santa Maria. And I told you this about a month before, but what we found out is our rents were $106 under market. So what we did is what our original agreement was, and what our agreement ended up being, because I changed the lease when I found out what was going on, and I talked to Lisa, and I guess it was actually somebody else was there before Lisa. It was great. She was pregnant, 8 months pregnant, and the residents wouldn't say anything naughty to her, so it worked great. But what we did is over 10 years, we gave a total of $1 million. You got this, Gary? $1,652,400 in rent concessions the owners gave to the residents of Casa del Rio. I know we look out for our residents. Item number 2 is in 2018, there was major fires in Napa, major fires in Ojai, major fires in Montecito. Our premiums in 1919, our insurance premiums, went up 30%. That does not figure into any CPI increase. That's an act of nature, an act of God. We ended up passing through not $1 to our residents. We just felt what we were doing was already fair, and so none of that was passed through. And the other item which Lisa also showed, or Lisa had showed earlier, was a few years back, we had sent out our rent increase notices. Social Security Department didn't increase Social Security for any of the recipients. So we sent out a notice and reduced everybody's rent in our park $10 a month for that year. So we do look out for our people. Excuse me, what? You got something you want to say to me? Okay, I didn't think so. So here's my concern. If we turn and run our park as if it's all about the money, I just told you 3 examples of things we do on a regular basis. Currently, our manager, Ed Young, who's here tonight, he answers calls all hours of the day and night. He fixes residents' problems with their hot water tanks, with their heaters, things like that. Hey, if we don't have the finances, if we don't have the resources, you know, we're going to have to do it different. That's all I want to let you know. Maybe we hire a service who, if you call, you'll get our service, and they'll give them a contractor's name
Okay, thank
and
you,
phone
Mr.
number.
Thank you,
So,
Mr. Headley.
Much different. Thank you for your time.
1 minute. I have a question here.
Yes.
Dr.
Mr.
Muntz.
Headley,
Yes.
I've been told that you have no floor at Casa del Rio on the rent increases. Is that correct?
Well, what we did fits our park. It doesn't fit every other park. We've always had a floor and a ceiling. And based on economics, if you watch economic forecast, in 2008 there was a major recession. And it takes 10 years for the recession to heal, generally, historically. So 2008 to 2018, there was major corrections in the CPI. And last year's CPI was, I don't remember off the top of my head, but I know when we did the 2019 leases, I think our increase was 3.9%. And so since we're past that recession, I was comfortable with it. That was my choice. And, but everybody does it different. So I'm not responsible for anybody else. I just did what I thought would work for our residents. And I also met with our lease committee for over a year. And the word I was going to use was battled. We battled. We went over everything. We compromised. And when we were done, our lease committees, the head of the lease committee in Casa del Rio, they had a meeting and they told everybody, sign your lease. You got a great lease. Sign it. And to date, as of today, over 86% of our residents have signed their lease, and others have promised they're coming in. And the ones that haven't have said, we just want to see what happens at the city council meeting. So we made our own choice on that. Thank you.
Thank you. 1 minute, Mr. Headley. Another question here. Ms. Soto?
Yes, thank you.
Sure.
Do you know what your return on investment has been in the last 2 years?
I didn't know that was public information. I don't show my tax returns either.
No. Excuse me. You know, when someone is up at the podium, please be respectful and not interrupt. Thank you. Okay, that is inappropriate, Ms. Soto. Thank you, Mr. Headley. John Vasquez. Good evening.
I've been living at Casa del Rio for 22 years, and it's a nice place to live, and I think it's good.
Pull the mic down just a little bit so we can hear you. Thank you.
I've been living at Casa del Rio for 22 years, and I'm very happy, and I think we got a good deal, and I signed our 10-year lease. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez. I appreciate your brevity. Mike Judge, followed by Edward Young, followed by Mark Scheibel.
Good evening, Madam
Good
Mayor,
evening.
council members, and staff. My name is Mike Judge. I represent Casa Grande Mobile Home Park. First thing I wanted to do is there's been some misunderstanding or rumors that if you don't sign the lease, you'll be evicted. I just wanted to assure everybody that the mobile home residency law does not allow us to do that. There's very limited reasons that you can actually evict somebody from a park. And that is definitely not one of them. Number two, you were given a slide in there that shows our park has done improvements over $1,100,000 over the last, let me see here, since 2007. Our lease provides that we can pass those through. We have never passed any of those through. We've had great relations with our residents and the lease committee and everything. We've just never done it. We've kind of decided that that's part of rent stabilization, having them know what they're going to pay every month with no changes. Also, I think the question was raised as well. We work with our tenants if they're having financial problems. If somebody is widowed and their finances are really hurt, they have to sell their park or sell their home, move in with family or something like that, we will defer their rent, giving them time to sell their home, and then they can just pay us when they actually sell the home. We try to work with them and make it easier so that they can remain tenants, and we just try to work with them. Let's see. I guess I want to say too, we've worked very hard on this whole model lease program, and we came to a point that we felt that we can agree to it and feel good, about it. And we've worked real hard. And at this point, it's my request that I would urge the council to vote to pass the 2020 model lease enforcement agreement with no modifications and no revisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Edward Young, followed by Mark Scheibel. Followed by Kathy Gentry.
Thank you much, Mayor, for letting me speak. Council and staff. I've been the manager of Casa del Rio for going on 17 years. The park we do, I'm a hands-on manager. I keep our expenses down by doing the work myself with my crew. We do all our landscaping, we do all our plumbing, all my men are certified for gas. We do support Santa Maria so terrifically, it's unbelievable. What we do really do in our lives is we support the people who live in our park. We support our park and the owners, and we give our hearts to everybody does. This man I have is our owner and manager of your park, who runs this your park. He has got so much compassion in his life and his partners, it's unbelievable. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Mark Scheibel, followed by Kathy Gentry, followed by Baron McGee.
Madam Mayor, council, and staff.
I didn't brutalize your name, did I?
No, you did great.
Did I? Oh, thank you.
You couldn't imagine how different ways people say.
I'm sure.
But thank you for tonight. Basically, what I want to say, I live at Buena Vista Park, and I signed the 10-year lease. The reason I did that is I've only been there 1 year, but I came from another park in Arroyo Grande where your neighbor could be at 6%, the neighbor over there could be 2%. I mean, it was just a fiasco. When you sold your home, you had to pay, the people buying the home had to pay 10%. 10%. So $700, they're paying $70 more a month automatically. And then when their lease is up in, let's say, just 3 months from there, because they're all different. They're not like this one is talking, January, they're all different months. So their increase can go crazy. I lived there for about eight years, and my rent went from $600 to $1,100. So what they're providing here is really a good deal. And I love the owners at our park. They talk to us, they have meetings with us, they have compromised, and the staff people at our park, the manager and his wife and the assistants, the first day that I was there, I had to get a key to open up the mailbox, which the people who lived there before didn't leave. I went to speak to John. John gave me a key, which normally if you go to the post office, it's $80. My manager's at the other park, but I said, go pay $80. That's the difference between these two parks. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Gentry, followed by Baron McGee, followed by Susan Coppa.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Gentry, and I live at Rancho Buena Vista. I've lived in the park for almost 2 years. I've lived under rent control in Pismo Beach. The reason I left there is because when rent control, they stopped rent control, our rent went up 6% every year. And I just want to say that we moved here. It's a beautiful park. We love the park. It's nice. It's kept well. And I'm just afraid if we were to go into rent stabilization, we would lose those things as the personalization. We'd be dropping our rent in a drop box. We'd be calling a number that got an answering service, and nobody would be there to service. And I just want to say that I did sign my lease.
Thank you. Baron McGee, followed by Susan Kappa, followed by Esther Jensen.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council members, and City staff. My name is Barry McGee, and I'm here on behalf of Rancho Buena Vista. I just wanted to add a few thoughts to the presentations you've heard tonight. We mentioned that the average apartment rents in Santa Maria have increased $132 over the last 10 months, but we wanted to add that they have increased by $850 over the last 10 years. By comparison, our average rents have increased between $160 and $191 over the last 10 years. The increase in the average apartment rent is about 450%, or 4.5 times greater than the increases in our rents in the same time period. Gary Hall has reference to the rapidly raising and often exorbitant space rent imposed on manufactured mobile homes located in mobile home parks in Santa Maria within the city limits. This seems to be a little less than accurate when you compare to other rents in the Santa Maria area. Please keep in mind that the residents of mobile home parks have equity in their homes as opposed to apartment tenants who have none. Over the past 10 years, there has been several instances where we have helped residents through difficult times with either health issues or a spouse passing or a myriad of other issues. In many of these cases, we've deferred rents ranging from a few months to over a year. In one instance, we're currently working with a family of a deceased loved one and as of today have deferred several months of space rent. In another instance, our park helped a widow resident defer space rent for over 7 months until she was able to sell her home and move in with the families. In still another instance, a widowed woman became ill. We deferred rent over 12 months of space rent, and she moved in with family while she and her family sold her home. We have provided information about Rancho Buena Vista capital expenditures, and in the last 10 years, they have exceeded over $500,000. We were entitled to pass those expenditures through to our residents under our existing lease, but chose not to pass any of them through. With these additional thoughts said, I would urge the council to vote to pass the 2020 model lease and enforcement agreement without modification or revision. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan Kappa, followed by Esther Jensen, followed by Eileen Encinas.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Patino, council members, and the staff. I don't want to be a downer, but I want to talk a little bit about this enforceable model lease and point out a few things. The staff report reads that the purpose of the facilitated model lease 2020 is to provide a backstop agreement that will provide the residents with a lease that is available at any point if a negotiated long-term lease is unable to be agreed upon. Unfortunately, the backstop agreement is flawed and incomplete. Consent by the park owners to be bound contractually to the agreement is entirely voluntary. The option for a park owner to decline to extend the lease beyond the term of this agreement limits the enforceability of the agreement. Therefore, even in parks under signed agreement, no protection for homeowners is provided at the end of the agreement's term if the park owner declines to extend the agreement. Furthermore, in these parks under signed agreement, no protection for homeowners is provided if a new park owner declines to sign the agreement, and there is no incentive for a new owner to sign. So the bottom line, I feel, is even for homeowners under signed agreement, enforceable rent stabilization can be provided only with the rent stabilization ordinance. Please commit to placing a rent stabilization ordinance on a council agenda soon for prompt consideration, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Esther Jensen, followed by Eileen Insenius, followed by Lois Sullivan.
Good evening, Mayor Patino, council members, city officials. I'm Esther Jensen from La Maria Nesbitt. I'm here to look at the council for enforceable rent stabilization. The comment was made by Lisa Tope at one of our meetings that it's generally known in the industry that when the control ordinance is adopted, the quality of the park suffers because of the return of the investment is curtailed. That's a decision that the park owner makes. It's not for a lack of funds. I've seen several parks in my travels that are under rent control and still maintain lovely parks. One right here in our area is Quail Meadows East. It's been well maintained for 34 years since it was built, and under the county rent control ordinance first adopted in 1979, because the owner takes pride in their investments. Let's look at some facts. Our rent goes up yearly based on the annual CPI. The property taxes go up, they in turn pass them on to us also. At our park, the rent increases 10% every time a unit is sold. Why? It isn't any additional expense for the owner of the ground the unit sits on. It isn't like an apartment where the owner has to go in and make repairs and update. He just collects the rent from a different individual. I trust that you will base your decision on the facts and evidence and not intimidation by unsubstantial claims. Adopt our version of the enforceable model lease 2020 in the enforceable agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Eileen Insenius, followed by Lois Sullivan, followed by Frank Thompson.
Hi, my name is Eileen Insenius, President of the La Maria HOA. Madam Councilor, Madam Mayor, and City Council members, please tell me, even with the changes requested by the homeowners, how would authorizing the mayor to sign the resolution before you tonight to provide rent stabilization for me or any other park if the park owner declines to sign the enforcement agreement? All final products that for us remains voluntary and unenforceable is so little results from so much work. I've been gone all week, so I'm a little shaky. Well, I had stuff in Arizona and I had to go, family. But my daughter lives there, and she is a lawyer now in Arizona. She worked for T-Mobile for many years, and she drew up their lease contracts for their mobile towers of the land. I had her read the model lease and the enforcement, and she was very concerned. She said both of the agreements were very pro-park owner. Now, she doesn't know anything about it. She just read the agreements. She said the risk of the park owner is transferred to the homeowners. She saw many instances where we have no termination rights in the lease agreement. All risks go to the tenant. You know, they pass through. And so there was no arbitration clause, no automatic renewal, no termination clause. So the protection for the homeowner isn't there. When you have protection for the homeowner, it's a rent stabilization or an ordinance. You know, it's something passed that has teeth in it. This does not. To provide the enforceable rent stabilization, you would need maybe, for those other parks that aren't part of this, that don't know about it, a signed agreement or look at our draft of the rent or stabilization ordinance that we gave to the council. You know, we have support. We talked to, my husband was involved with the United Farm Workers, and we talked to them our way back from Arizona. And they'd be willing to support a lot of the Latino people that are in the different parks. You have an ordinance, they're covered. They wouldn't understand the lease. You read the lease, the model lease, do you understand it the first time you read it? So that all I'm asking is you consider putting it on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Lois Sullivan, followed by Frank Thompson.
Hello, and thank you for letting me come again. I've been here before, as you probably all recognize me. And I wanted to come again today. And every time I think I have something prepared, and then something goes on here, and it's like, whoa. And so I wanted to address a couple things. Number one, for this gentleman who's the attorney here for the city, a nice man, but he represents the owners of the land. He does not represent us, the people who live there. I'm sorry, he does not. The negotiations have been with the owners, not truly with us. For a lot of these people that have been here speaking, and even from my own mobile home place, they may work for the ownership, they have close relationships with the lady who's the attorney, who's apparently a nice woman. She said she represents Casa Grande. She doesn't represent me. She represents the owners. She's being paid for them. I appreciate that. This is a capitalistic society. I understand that. But we are part of this community. And what we're looking for here, from what Gary did, his presentation, and the thing about his presentation, it is the Northern Santa Barbara Mobile Home Team's lease. Why can't we go with that? It is satisfactory to the people like me and the residents. Why can't that be there? This gentleman said, this attorney said, well, you know, that we're going to put this enforcement. Wait a minute, you got to have the lease agreement first before you enforce something. You're trying to get us to enforce something that we don't even know what it is. And we're asking you to please look at this Northern Santa Barbara. That's what people have accepted in numerous communities. It works. Why can't it work here? You know, for the past couple of weeks since I came here the last time, I read the news all the time. Lots of information about the homeless, Santa Barbara, which will reach up to here. The homeless issue across this nation is huge. Now, I'm not saying that our mobile homes are going to all of a sudden create a lot of homeless people, but you know what? We don't have the resources that a lot of people do. It could happen. Your role is to help protect us, not just the people who own the land so that they can make more money. They're going to make their money. Help us too. Thank you.
Ms. Sullivan, I need to correct you on one thing. This is our city attorney. He represents the city. He does not represent either the homeowners or the park owners.
Okay, but that's who we met with. So he met with the park owners. That's what I meant.
Frank Thompson. Followed by Jerry, followed by Dawn Dunn.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. There's not much I can say that hasn't already been said. That when I moved into Rancho Buena Vista, I looked at it as, like this other lady just said, you know, there's constantly in the news a need for affordable housing for seniors, the homeless, and other people. And I looked at living in a mobile home, in the mobile home park, as affordable housing. And it was for seniors. But I've lived there for 16 years now. When I moved into Rancho Buena Vista, my rent was $464 a month. As of January of 2020, my rent will be $803 a month, which means my rent has almost doubled in the time I've lived in that park. And like most of these other people, our main source of income is Social Security. My Social Security sure hasn't gone up $400. And so we're just, asking for help to make it more affordable for us seniors for a place to live. Thank you.
Thank you. Jerry, followed by Dawn Dunn, followed by Jackie Narachi. Is that the last name, Lycan? Okay, I think that's you. Yeah.
I'm sorry for the outburst earlier. Madam, we're talking about affordable housing for everyone. I'm a senior. I happen to make $68,000 a year, and I could afford the credit check. I could afford to live anywhere in the Tri-Counties area. I'm state, federal, and local, pension and all. However, I've heard CPI, I've heard COLA, I've heard everything. The cost of doing business, they can afford to replace the transformer. Because if they were losing money, they would not be in the business. If the city of Santa Maria could not afford fire and deputy sheriffs and police stations and everything else, the city would go broke. So, we talk about rent stabilization and capitalistics and domestications. Let's be all mindful of each other and let's be in control. Be mindful of everybody's needs and be in control. You cannot enforce something where not everyone, the 10 and the 20 that have fallen through the cracks, are they going to be grandfathered in? And the city attorney represents the people, all the people. And the scales of justice are blind. That lady justice takes all things into consideration. And as the city council, you are supposed to take all things into consideration. And that's why I'm asking, be mindful and temperate. And thank you for your time. And this is the third time I spoke before, and I'm sorry for the outburst. Because profit, greed, capitalism, and domestications are all issues. Homelessness, affordable housing are all on the agenda tonight. Business, owners, vague, personal choice, cultural, religious is all on the agenda. And if you're going to order it, I'll ask and I'll demand that there be a $25 living wage hike for all those who live in northern Santa Barbara County.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Dawn Dunn, followed by Jackie Narachi. I think this was, it's on the smoking issue. Good evening.
Anyway, Madam Mayor, City Council, staff, I'm here to say that EML 2020 and the enforcement agreement are unenforceable and remain only voluntary. No incentive for park owners to sign. It provides no protection for homeowners in parks where the owner does not sign the agreement. Staff report says staff believes that the model lease 2020 and the enforcement agreement before the City Council fulfills the above goals. These goals include the program is applicable to all Santa Maria mobile home parks and will be communicated by the City of Santa Maria to all mobile home owners and or residents and mobile home park owners. Unfortunately, the proposed documents provide no protection for homeowners in parks where current owner does not sign the agreement. Enforceable rent stabilization can be provided only with a rent stabilization ordinance. The only way the city can provide enforceable space rent stabilization for all homeowners in all parks in the city will be for the City Council to adopt a rent stabilization ordinance. Please commit to placing this on the council agenda for prompt consideration. The draft rent stabilization ordinance presented to the council during October 15th public comment, or a hybrid model that combines the RSO with enforcement agreement as adopted by the City of Modesto. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Andrea Mayfield, followed by Ed Barba.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Andrea Mayfield, and I'm a 12-year resident of Rancho Buena Vista. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about manufactured home rent stabilization in Santa Maria once again. I have reviewed both the model lease submitted by the city staff as compared to the model proposed by the members of Nesbit. And while I support all the provisions of the Nesbit model home model's elimination of a floor, I've researched my personal rent situation at Rancho Buena Vista. I was unaware that Gary was going to make a slide. I was unaware that the attorney for the owners was going to make a slide. But I did my own research for my own situation. When I moved into Rancho Buena Vista in 2006, my rent was $511 a month. And I just received my notice for 2020, my rent will be $815 a month. So that's a $304 a month increase. That's 60% over 12 years. So that certainly is a lot higher than the statistics reported by the attorney. And I think for transparency too, I think it would, it's good to know that Mr. McGee not only represents Rancho Buena Vista, he's the owner of Rancho Buena Vista. So I think that's important for everyone to know. I was disappointed to hear that Mr. Hall was not included in the development of the enforcement procedures. We would not be here today without the work and the advocacy of Mr. Hall and Nesbit. It's my humble opinion that it was an insult to the good people working for the benefit of all mobile home park residents to exclude Nesbit from those negotiations. I also support strongly the rent control ordinance that was submitted to the council on October 15th, and I urge the council to adopt the model lease submitted with all the modifications by Gary Hall, and urge the council to consider the rent stabilization ordinance.
Thank you very much.
You're very
Mr.
welcome.
Barba?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be brief, I hope. I want to echo the sentiments about John and Donna Gary, the managers at Rancho Buena Vista. I have, for 4.5 years, I found them to be great Christians, and they care about our tenants. Having said that, they're really employees, and any comments that we make should be addressed regarding the owners of the parks. If Rancho Buena Vista has a good resale value, it certainly is to some credit to the owners for the way that they maintain the parks. An equal amount of credit should go to the citizens who maintain their individual spaces. I could call on John and he would say that I do a good job. He's complimented me on the condition of my space. But I wouldn't put him on that kind of a spot. But regarding the 10-year lease, whatever you do now, we're going to be stuck with for 10 years. I would hopefully like to see you change the term of the lease to 1 year so that we can continue renegotiating and improving the lease. If not 1 year, perhaps 3-5 years. That would be a decent compromise so that we can readdress some of the things that we've only started to hit on. Further, I'd like to talk about what I think is egregious 7.5% added on point of sale. I don't even like the idea of 5%, much less the 10% that some of the parks were paying. I don't think that the owners or the attorney can point to what the ownership does to deserve that kind of an increase upon sale.
Thank you, Mr. Barber.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Okay. So now, Mr. Hall. I thought maybe you were taking a nap and fell asleep on us back there. Okay, you have five minutes?
5 minutes. Maybe less.
Okay.
Maybe not.
Okay.
Thank you again. I'm glad to see everybody's still here. It's warm in here, and it's been a long night, and I appreciate your indulgence. This was described as a rebuttal time, I think, is what the email I received from the city attorney. And I'm not a rebutter, but I'm going to give you some comments on what I have made notes of and listening to the owner's attorney say and some of the public input. But I first want to raise a question of, think about fair return. Fair return is language that you'll find in a lot of different negotiations where rent stabilization might be pursued. Fair return is defined, and there's a very disciplined calculation on establishing that. Now, fair return to me means I'm guessing that the rent I'm currently paying provides the owner with a fair return right now. Okay? So why would the need for fair return translate into a 7.5% increase just because the home sells? Why does fair return automatically have to increase with 2.5% and 3% floors if it's already fair? So just something to think about that I cannot quite understand. I heard the owner's attorney speak about the differences in our math, and I'd be happy to share my spreadsheets if anybody wants to see them to challenge my numbers. My data did use a $500 hypothetical rent as a baseline for 2008. I believe information was provided by the attorney that referenced data going back to 1974 as being relevant. In my mind, the next 10 are going to look a lot more like the last 10 than the last 40. So to bring in the high inflation periods of the 70s and early 80s is inappropriate. For whatever reason, I keep hearing apartments comparisons, and I have no idea where that's coming from, and that's never been a subject that anyone has ever taken up in any discussions that I've had. Dr. Moats, did you get your answer regarding the no floor at Casa del Rio? Did you get your answer regarding the fact that parks in Orchid are successful with 75% of CPI and no floor? And what makes it any more difficult in Orchid than it is in Santa Maria? I didn't hear an answer to any of those. Mr. Headley, I do applaud. Mr. Headley, I do applaud your generosity in providing those residents of your park $1,650,000. That's very generous, and I thank you if they didn't. I don't know why pass-throughs aren't utilized, because that's what they're for. If there's so much money reserved in the profit banks of the owners that there is no need to even consider pass-throughs, I'm suggesting they're making too much money on the rent escalations as they currently exist. I welcome the opportunity for some justification to be presented to me and the opportunity for me and the other homeowners to have an opportunity to see it, agree with it, vote for it, and get the work done. We don't want our park to go into decline either. How much time do I have?
You have 1 minute left.
Well, let me tell you a story. I don't need that 1 minute. I thank you for your patience and your tolerance, and I appreciate it if you will follow our recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hall.
Good evening again. I will try to be brief. So again, for the past year, the stakeholders in this issue were charged with preparing a model lease and enforcement agreement. We did just that. Tonight, we detailed the concessions that the park owners have made. We're not suggesting that the residents didn't make concessions as well. They obviously did. We both made concessions in this give and take process. We've also demonstrated the reasonableness of the 2.5% floor in the model lease as supported by the fact that the August CPIs for the lives of these parks, which I think would absolutely be relevant, have exceeded 2.5%. Also that the CPIs for almost the last 2 years have exceeded 2.5%. We also talked about the fact that the change in the index results in even more benefit to the residents by virtue of having a lower index. And we talked about the fact that the costs in the park exceed CPI often. We also demonstrated that the rents in the parks have increased $179 in Casa Grande over 10 years, $160 in Casa del Rio over 10 years, and $191 in Rancho Buena Vista over 10 years. Now, the difference between the information that we provided you and the information that you heard orally tonight is that it's all in the packets that you've been provided. You have actual average rent numbers, rent increases each of the last 10 years for each of those 3 parks, as opposed to unsupported information and I believe even theoretical information that you were provided by the residents in some cases. And I think that apartment rents are very relevant because that's another form of housing in the city. And if there's an argument that our rent increases are predatory and unfair, I think that comparing it against another form of housing in the city that has increased 4.5 times, 450%, as much as our rents have increased over the last 10 years is a pretty relevant statistic. We've also talked about the fact that my clients have a history of helping their residents out, and I imagine other parks do the same. My clients, and I imagine other parks, would continue to do the same thing if the model lease and enforcement agreement were adopted. I don't know if that would be the case if those agreements aren't adopted and we end up going in a different direction. We also talked about the fact that a resident who can't afford to live in one of the parks would have an opportunity to sell his or her home. And we've presented hard data showing that the median sale prices in my clients' 3 parks are between $69,000 and $115,000 over the past 2 years. That's a decent amount of money to find other housing in the event that somebody had to leave one of the mobile home parks.
Excuse me.
To address some of the points that were raised by the speakers this evening, we never said that all of the leases in the city would comply with the model lease, and we have said on multiple occasions that we appreciate the city's respect for the parties' legal rights to contract with one another, and the fact that the model lease would be a backstop in the event that those efforts to contract with one another were not successful. The language in section 2.02 of the enforcement agreement actually allows for that opportunity for parties to contract with one another. And then in the event that that effort is not successful, the opportunity to enter into the model lease would come up. So as a matter of fact, under the mobile home residency law, there are 3 options allowed to residents of mobile home parks. I apologize, there are 2 options normally, and that is a long-term lease, a short-term lease, and in this case, we're actually adding a 3rd option, which is the model lease. the residents are free to enter into any of those choices. I also talked earlier about the fact that all of the parks in Santa Maria, and probably all the parks everywhere, are not the same. It's not a one-size-fits-all approach. And we have never hidden the fact that Casa del Rio chose to enter into a lease, a long-term lease with its residents with no floor and no ceiling. However, I've mentioned on a number of occasions that this is a give-and-take process, and the owners of Casa del Rio chose to get rid of their historical ceiling and floor in exchange for adding an increase upon transfer, which they had never had before. They felt that that compensated them for the fact that they had gotten rid of the floor and the ceiling. So it is, again, a give-and-take process. I found it interesting that one of the residents commented on the fact that there was no incentive for park owners to sign the enforcement agreement.
Thank you, Ms. Tote.
Thank you.
Did you want, oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Motes wanted to finish.
Okay, I found it interesting that there was a comment that there was no incentive for the park owners to sign the enforcement agreement when 4 of them have already done so, and the city attorney has been in touch with 82% of the owners of 82% of the spaces in Santa Maria with regard to the enforcement agreement.
Okay.
Anything else?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Hall, did you have any other comments you wanted to make at all? You're finished?
I'll take questions.
Okay, well, we'll see. Well, there probably will be questions. Ms. Toke, were any further comments you wanted to make?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Okay, I'll bring this back to the council. Dr. Motes.
A question to our city attorney. So the 3 largest mobile home parks seem to be in agreement with the current model lease. What about the smaller ones, and what incentive is there for them to sign on, and what if they don't sign on?
The smallest parks, candidly, we have not had the opportunity to contact, mostly because as a small 20 or 30 space park, we have been unable to get good, they don't have websites, they don't have electronic information, so we're tracking them down. But as I said earlier, of the 1,650 spaces, approximately 1,386 spaces, the owners thereof, have agreed to approve the agreement. So we are left with 265, mostly in parks of 10, 25, 30, 11, 22. So we will track them down and give them the same discussion. But we also did not hear during the stakeholder meetings anyone from any of those parks requesting either participation or rent control. We've heard neither from any of those parks.
And what if they refuse to abide by the tenets of the enforceable model lease?
We'll have to look at that situation on a case-by-case basis. I can't answer that because I can't speculate.
Ms. Waterfield?
So we have the majority of the park spaces signed with the lease? Okay, that's what I heard. Okay, so we're just looking at a small majority of people that do not want to sign a lease or wants to completely change the lease as it is written and submitted to us today.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay. You know, I see this at the beginning when we started this in the stakeholder meeting, and the charge that I saw, and I think there's a different perception out here with different people, was that the model lease was going to be between the park owners and the residents, not the city. The city was facilitating this. So our attorney was attorney just for the city, but he was helping facilitate this. And as you heard him say, this is the first time he's done that in how many years of...
30 years, ma'am, in nine cities.
Okay, so this is not a normal thing. And then secondly, we were told there wasn't any enforcement on the model lease that had been signed before, and they wanted that from the city. Okay, so we agreed to do that. So the stakeholders had meeting after meeting after meeting, and then it seemed like even every now and then when I would sit in a meeting, the goalposts started moving. So I think, Mr. Stillwell, you had said at one meeting or asked, I can't remember, something about a model lease. Does anyone here want rent control? No, we want a model lease. And then we morphed over to stabilization, i.e. rent control. So it's sort of been rather fluid as I see it. But I think it should be really clear that the negotiation is between the park owner and the residents that our attorney and our previous attorney was trying to facilitate. So that is the way that I saw it. And there is a group here that wants rent control. Okay. And then there's a group here, and I heard this one gentleman say very loud and clear, government, we want you to stay out of it. We're going to sign our own leases. I'm just here to tell you that. And that was at a meeting. So we have a different variety of what people seem to want, and one size is not going to fit all, obviously, on this. So.
Madam Mayor, I have a question.
Yes.
I was not on the council when staff was directed to bring this forward to the agenda. What was the purpose of the council at that time to discuss this and to have staff work on it?
That's what I said. Mr. Stillwell?
Sure,
Maybe I didn't explain it well enough. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Soto. So the question at that point was, we were through the 20th year of the model lease, and the question to the council was, do we want to pursue a model lease or not have the city involved or do something different? And the council hadn't heard any comments or complaints about what had happened with the model lease. They did hear some feedback of ways to strengthen it, such as enforceability, and the council directed staff to work as a facilitator once again to work on another 10-year agreement that would be enforceable.
Thank you. So a follow-up question to that. So as council members at the time, did you all ask staff to do what Mr. Stillwell just mentioned, to protect the residents of the city, to just be, I mean, I'm just hearing mediation. I mean, because in the end, I mean, the way that I'm seeing this is that regardless, whether we vote on this or not, they can still sign a lease if they're happy with it. We were just mediators, but I'm worried that the efforts that we've put forward these last couple of months or this last year will be in vain, because in the end, this A is still not enforceable because it's not enforceable. It's an opt-in. Park owners get to opt in. And we just, again, acted just as mediators. It's not like we said, okay, we as a city council want to move forward with this type of ordinance or with this or that. We were just mediators in this process. And I guess I'm just still confused as to what was the end goal. Was the end goal because we heard disagreement between two parties? Was it because we were worried about a particular group of individuals? That's my question.
Dr. Mutz?
Yeah, we're talking about this enforceable agreement as an actual agreement between the mobile home park owners and the organization that represents the mobile home park space renters. And then we're going to enforce this agreement. But I don't see that there's an agreement. Because obviously the mobile home park space renters are not in agreement with the model lease. In fact, they want us to change 4 or 5 things in it. And the mobile home park owners are very happy with it, and they want to leave it as it is. And that just doesn't sound like an agreement to me.
Okay.
Madam
Mr.
Mayor.
Stillwell, did you want to respond to that?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, so the goal of this initially, and it was 10 years ago and then 20 years ago, was to hear from the residents, hear what concerns they've had, and if there are issues we need to address as a city. And not hearing any egregious issues, but hearing opportunities to strengthen the position for our vulnerable population, the council's direction once again was to be able to create a backstop, a fundamental agreement that if someone is unable or unwilling or uncertain of an agreement that would be fair to enter into, they would have a level of confidence that this agreement that the city facilitated was one that they can sign with confidence and feel like it was fair for them and all sides for the period of time that they signed it, up to 10 years. And the big concern we heard was the risk of homes changing. I mean, we've heard a lot of good stories about mobile home park owners in Santa Maria, but there is always some concern of what if a bad owner shows up, or what if they don't agree to provide this safety net agreement that we facilitated. And that's where the enforceability comes into play. And I agree with City Attorney Watson, the enforceability agreement, having a simple contract to be able to enforce is a really strong and effective way for us to quickly be able to enforce it and to get to action. We're not seeking to be punitive, we're seeking to get the parks owners to act to provide the agreement to the homeowners and not have a cost for the city to be able to do that by having those costs recoverable. So I think it's a clever way for us to be able to have enforceability with the parks. As Attorney Watson mentioned, we have agreement with most of the park owners now, and if we're asking for tonight for the direction from the council to authorize the mayor to execute the other agreements as we continue to get them, as Mr. Watson said, we will diligently do.
Looking at this, Madam Mayor and council, is that Councilmember Moats, if we're going to sit here and wait till both parties agree, we'll be here till kingdom come. It's not going to happen. And so when you look at the majority of space renters that have signed the lease of 86%, you look at the majority of how many are happy with it. We went into this knowing that neither party was going to have a win-win situation at all whatsoever. And so there were compromises made on both sides. And we can't create extra income for those that don't have it. That's not our job to do. Because when we look at the overall, everybody gets increases everywhere we go. You know, no party is special to increases of just, rent. You've got home increases, you've got gas, you've got food, you've got clothing, you've got everything, medical, the whole thing. So we can't sit here and try to figure income out for people. We've got to do what our counselor has just told us, that we've got to sit here and have an enforceable resolution for the space renters.
Well, my question here is, when like Casa Grande has 90% of people have signed their lease, what lease have they signed? They signed the lease they negotiated with the mobile park owners.
Absolutely.
They didn't sign the enforceable model lease.
And that's right, and you're absolutely right. They're left out of the loop.
So, how many people would even be affected by the model lease if everybody just decided we're going to pass it and that's the way it is?
We're not passing the model lease.
But we're not doing it. That's fine.
Because that's a bit
confusing. But let's just say that I think the floor should be lower. Not that I think that, but let's just say I do think that. What difference does it make that I think that? Because we're not going to deal with that, are we? We're just going to decide whether to enforce it, the one that exists.
We don't negotiate.
Yeah, we don't, because we're not part of negotiating.
No, it's not our duty.
So it doesn't make any difference what I think then, does it?
And it also doesn't make any difference whether we sign on to whether we give the mayor the authorization to sign on to it or not. Because in the end, the folks who have already signed on to those leases already have a set lease. They can walk out the door right now and sign their leases, any one of the 3 leases that the owners have. I mean, my understanding of why we moved in, why we're having these discussions, it's because since October, you all and me since January have been hearing of residents coming before us every meeting, asking the council to do something about the rent increases, asking us to protect them and protect all of the other home parks. Now, in this mediation process that our city staff has conducted between the park owners and the park owners and park residents, there is still a handful of other parks that have not participated in these discussions. And so I feel like this is just, there's no teeth to it. It's not enforceable. Again, folks who already signed on to the lease already have it in place. They can walk out the door right now, whether we say, yes, we sign on to this or not, and still sign on those leases. We don't have a say on the layout of the lease agreement. We're just saying, hey, enforce this lease. And that is already something that they are able to do at the courts without us having to say, hey, you signed this MOU. On the contrary, to me, it makes me feel like, it makes it sound as if that we're going to be adding additional work to our staff by that, I mean, our city attorney's office, by them having to hear of either if there's complaints that come forth about a park resident and a park owner not being able to come to an agreement. If that agreement is reached, they're going to come to us. That's going to be an additional burden to our staff. And yes, even though the expenses are going to be paid by the city attorney, by the park owner's attorneys or by the park owners, it's still a burden to us, and it's still another hurdle, another barrier, another step, I should say, that's the correct word, another step that the residents have to take. So in the end, whether we sign on to this or not, I think that it really doesn't make a difference, to be quite honest. On the contrary, what it does do is that it limits us from, in the future, wanting to pass a rent stabilization ordinance. That's what this does. And that's what the park owners want us to do. They're not losing money. They're not losing a dime. They're making money. I'm done.
Mr. Cordero.
Just a question on
Mr.
that. If the enforceable model lease actually comes to fruition, and it's 10 years, and it starts now, then that also goes along with the prohibition of the city having rent control.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Cordero.
Do I dare? I believe, and please let me know if I'm misstating myself, Mr. Watson, when this all started, the wishes of the city and the city attorney's office was that, hey, we'll help facilitate this, but we would really rather that you folks work it out, right? Since June, that's my understanding. I wasn't here earlier. Okay.
Well,
to a large degree, that's what has happened. That's what Councilwoman Soto has said and alluded to, is that so many people have already signed this lease that anything we do here tonight is not going to affect the people that have already signed the lease. The people that came in and said, hey, I'm happy with my lease, I'm happy with my park, I'm happy with the park manager, and I love living here. This is not going to affect those people, and you're correct, I don't believe it will. With regard to the many people that have come in, or the people that have come in, like this young lady right here that mentioned earlier that she has financial issues. If we had the power to give the owners, the homeowners, the mobile homeowners, everything they want,
it's not going to cure the poverty issue. It's not going to change that. If they got everything if somebody's getting $35 and now, and that's all they have, giving them everything they want is going to give them maybe another $35. That's not going to cure the issue of whether or not they can afford something else or they have to do something less. So we're unable to address that by that. No matter what we do here, every single ounce of energy that we can produce is not going to cure the poverty issue. If we have run up against that, then another decision needs to be made. And likely, all of us will have to make some sort of a decision like that sometime in life. Now, I'm concerned about these people that come in and say, I keep using the figure, somebody did say this here, that they had, at the end of the month, they had like $12 left. How are they going to pay their stuff? Well, they're not. $12 isn't going to do it. And another $30 on top of that's not going to do it. So I think some people are toying with the idea of making a decision that they're toying with the wrong decision. Their decision is much more involved than whether or not they can stay where they are. Their decision is how do they want to live and what other options do they have. I don't know how else to put that, and that sounds like I'm against some of these people, and I'm certainly not. But as was amply pointed out by Ms. Soto, is that we're not in the business of, we can't be in the business of providing income to these people. Now, the park owners, if in fact they're actually doing some of the things that they're saying they're doing, they're helping with that issue and providing options. When I first heard those things about deferring the rent, to me it reminded me of the television ads of reverse mortgage, how they, we will let you sell your home at some time and then you can pay your rents. I don't know what else they can do. We can't expect the park owners to support the residents, yet we can't expect the residents to pay some of the bills that are being put upon them. So the decision is yours. The decision is not lying with the city council. The decision doesn't lie with us. The decision lies with those of you who are living that close to the bone. And that's harsh to say, but I do think it's honest to say. So I'm torn with this. I don't quite agree with Councilwoman Soto that if we sign it, if we pass what's existing here, that it doesn't mean anything. It might not mean as much today as it could mean in the years to come. But one of the things that they said is it prevents us from adding rent control. Correct me if I'm wrong. If something comes up, something happens here tonight, something comes up in 5 years and we say, hey, wait a second, what we really need here is rent control. We can go in and change that as the city council, can we not?
Obviously, a new city council could have a discussion with the contracting parties and resolve whatever difficulties they need to do. And if you need to do rent control, I'm pretty confident city council has the authority to do so.
So it doesn't minimize it forever is what I'm saying.
But in the actual agreement that the city and the park owners are signing, it clearly states that that they would be that they would be, let me read it. The lease shall be exempt from any ordinance, rule, regulation, or initiative measure adopted by any local government entity which establishes a maximum amount that a landlord may choose to charge, may charge a tenant for rent.
Councilwoman Soto, that is actually a state law, and state law requires that be on the lease. I actually learned that as part of this process as well.
So, okay, thank you for the clarification. But what I'm asking is, would the park owners, or would these parks, if in the event we want to, I mean, if we want to pass a rent, if the city council wants to pass a rent stabilization ordinance in the future, they can. But these parks who have already have these leases in place would not be subject to that, because they already have these leases in place, correct?
A lease would supersede, because a lease is a long-term lease issue. That's the whole point of stability and long-term leasing, yes.
Okay, so my point, going back to my original comment, is that in the end, whether we sign on to this or not, if we say no, they can still walk out with that lease if they choose to. This does not enforce anything, because in the end, the park owners get to decide whether they want to opt in or not. So I'm having a hard time understanding the purpose of this when it's still not enforceable.
Okay, Mr. Watson, if any perception or anything that we're saying here is inaccurate, or you can clarify it?
I'll be happy to clarify the last point.
Go ahead.
Because the issue of enforceability is the issue to have a lease available for someone who otherwise does not have a lease available. That's the purpose of the enforcement agreement. So if a park owner refuses to issue a long-term lease to a space renter and says, by the way, I'll only give you a month-to-month lease, by way of example, then a resident could come and ask that this agreement be enforced and that they be offered a long-term lease. That's a purpose of this. It's not the only purpose, but that is a purpose of this. To assist two parties to come to a consensus with a document that has been negotiated in advance, so that if they cannot come to terms, that terms are provided. And I do want to clarify, thus far I have either signatory or agreement to sign by 84% of the park. So while there is still an 18% or 16% out there, I'm going to go get those too, because that's going to be the direction of council, I'm sure.
Madam Mayor, and you said something that struck me, is that we assist in the document of this. We, as a council sitting at the dais, cannot determine what those terms will be at all. It's as Councilmember Cordero had indicated, that's up to the two parties to do this. We don't make that agreement. We can't say, take this term and say we don't want rent control, or we want rent control, or we want 5%, or no floor, or any. That's not up to us to do. That is all up to between the two entities. Because I fear that the city can be liable for issuing any type of term in this lease that is done between two private entities. That's not our job. That's not what we're here for at all. We're here for the enforceable model lease, period. And I feel that's what we have in front of us, that is good. It's not going to make everybody happy here, but it does move us in the direction of the enforcement of the model lease.
Did you want to say something, Mr. Stillwell? Oh, okay.
I do.
I'm sorry, it's no more public comment, it's over with, we brought it back to council.
I could answer a question.
No.
Well, the problem I have is that there's still no agreement. I mean, we've hit a stone wall.
That's what we're voting on.
Nobody's willing to compromise anymore. So we're voting on an agreement that hasn't been agreed upon.
Can you clarify that, Mr. Watson? And I understand what Dr. Moats is saying.
Again, this agreement is not an agreement that the city prepared for any individual or individual park. This is a model from which a aggrieved party who could not otherwise negotiate a long-term lease can be allowed to use. So we are assisting a potential park resident who cannot negotiate a lease by having one with pre-existing terms. That's really all this is. And it's not being imposed on any particular party. It's only to the benefit of a tenant, because a park owner can always offer a better lease, whereas a tenant can say, I can't get a better lease, I want to use that one. That's the purpose, as I understand it.
Yeah, but the terms of the lease, should there be a 2.5% floor or no floor? I mean, who decides that?
Again, using all the stakeholder input, using the ability that we had with the park owners, and something that park owners would agree to allow to be enforced, because part of this, the consenting parties to this agreement is the city and the park owners. And so it may not be the best lease, but the park owners are willing to accept that as something that is legally enforceable against them. And that's what the enforceability issue is.
But that's already in place if there's a signed lease between two parties. All we're saying is if they can't come to an agreement, then the city, that's when we would step in. But again, my point about the enforceability is that it's only if mobile home park owners opt in. It's still, to me, very, I don't feel like this agreement, the way that it's written, is a strong one. I feel like we're just trying to pass something through just for the benefit of saying we got it on the agenda and we voted on it, rather than doing it right.
But a lot of time was spent on this, so if you think it was just like just pass
I think
through
that there
really
was
quick.
a lot of time in facilitation of meetings, but in the end, what we have in front of us is still something that is not enforceable. There's an agreement that has been signed that we haven't even signed. There's an enforcement agreement or MOU that's been signed by the park owners that we haven't signed, by some of them. And again, there's no guarantee that the other park owners will sign on to this. I think that in the end, if we're going to be doing something like this, is because we want to protect the residents. It's not up, great. If we're entering into the business of facilitating between private entities and residents, then so be it. Let's just say that we're entering into that business. But right now, I don't believe that this is a strong agreement. I don't believe that it does what we intend, or at least what I thought or intended it for it to do. And at this point, I would just say, in the end, they can sign a lease whether we pass this or not. They can agree on it. The residents and the homeowners and the park owners can enter into a lease if they choose to without us having to intervene, because that's what they're already doing.
But that was always the case. They always could. Because there are people who wanted to do that on their own.
Right.
And then there were some that didn't.
And the point of the enforcement, again, so then I'm hearing that the point of this is for the enforcement part. But again, it's already enforced because they're signing a lease between two parties and it can be upheld at court. Here, on the other hand, we're intervening, residents have to come to us, and then we would have to take it up to the courts. And so it's just another step. It's more work for our staff. And then in the end, it's still not enforceable because owners have to opt into it. So I'm at a point where I don't think that I can vote on something that's not meeting the needs or the intent that I, as a council person, wanted this to meet.
Yeah, when you look at something like this and you see the 84%, and I see your point for the 84, for what you're saying, but we've got 84% of mobile home residents that do want to have this.
They already have it.
That do want to have this. Excuse me, will you be quiet, please, while I speak?
Excuse me.
And so we've got to we're looking at the 16 percenters here, that we're providing a whole new negotiation for enforcement of the model lease. If this is what you say is true, we can just all walk away and leave it like it is and do absolutely nothing. And we can continue on with just the regular way that we've been doing this, because you just made that case on it. So, we don't need to be here, we don't need to be listening to this, we can just go ahead and do business as usual between the park owners and the mobile home park.
So do you want to make a motion?
Mobile home park people.
Mr. Watson, is this enforceable?
In my opinion, and in the opinion of the park owners, it is.
Absolutely.
And so, when Ms.
As between the two parties, yes.
When Ms. Soto said the park owners, excuse me. So when Ms. Soto said that if the park owners don't opt in, isn't that what you said, or?
Yeah,
Okay.
if a park owner doesn't opt in, that means they're not part of this agreement. That is correct.
Okay.
She is actually accurate about that. But that doesn't impact the leaseholds between that park owner and any tenancy.
Right.
Again,
Right.
this is a backstop in the event a tenant lease cannot be negotiated. That's really
Okay.
the purpose as I understood it, and that's what this agreement has been
Okay.
drafted to do.
Can I ask a question?
Yes,
Mr. Watson?
Dr. Mose.
Do you perceive that the enforceable model lease offers space renters who haven't signed a contract with the mobile home park owners, does it give them a more favorable contract than those people who have already signed
I can't answer that because there's multiple types of leases
There's all
out there.
kinds of leases
And
out
so more favorable is a judgment that is, again, best left in the hands of those two people. What this is this is a lease for which the terms are understood in the event that no negotiation can be completed. But by way of example, there are leases out there that have a 3 and 7 floor and ceiling. And one thing for perception, ceiling is to the benefit of the resident. Floor is to the benefit of the owner. Because a floor means that there is no less than 2.5% increase every year. 6 means regardless of the amount of the CPI, it cannot be more than 6%. So if the CPI is 8.5, that's to the benefit of the resident. And that's why the floor and the ceiling work collectively.
But I know in most of the agreements that have been negotiated between the owners and the space renters, the CPI is tied to the LA Long Beach, yet the model lease, it's tied to these smaller cities.
To the western states, which was a concession the park owners made.
Yes, so that would be a big benefit to the model lease over the leases already signed.
That's true.
Yes.
So, I mean,
That's why I can't speculate, because each lease could be different.
yeah.
And we're talking about 1,600 space rentals. So there are also leases that are in existence right now that have been negotiated 4 years ago. And again, it's just hard to, this was a lease negotiated with extensive stakeholder and one that the park owners are willing to be held accountable for. That's where the agreement comes in. The park owners are agreeable to be accountable to have this lease outstanding.
Over the next 10 years.
Mr. Cordero.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I mean that, thank you. Are you two ladies suggesting, or is there some thought that we should, there's been more than a year that's gone into this. Is there some thought that we should just say, whoop, let's just throw our hands up and go home? And just leave it like it is?
We did a lot of work. I mean, on both parties, they did a lot of work, and you know that, Councilmember Cordero. And so this is the best of what both parties came up with. And every time that something was done, the goalpost kept on being moved a little bit more and a little bit more. I don't know. I don't want to throw this out, but then again, if we keep on moving the goalpost to have different kinds of structure being brought into something that we're trying to stabilize, it's, let them do it on their own.
That's not my question. My question is anybody on this dais suggesting that we just fold up the books and say, okay, we weren't able to do anything with it that everybody liked, so go back to doing it the way you were doing it 5 years ago?
My suggestion to answer your question, Councilmember, is that we can do better than this. This is not an agreement. This is not enforceable. People already signed a lease. To me, it still doesn't meet, it doesn't meet the intent.
Well,
So
I
can't vote
completely
on it.
disagree, because it certainly does meet the intent that we had. But the problem of that one size doesn't fit all is there, and there are different leases have been signed at different times is there. So it's just really a mixed bag that we're having to deal with right here. It's not perfect. It's not even close to being perfect. And the two sides came together with their needs and their wants and tried to put something together. And it's just like in any relationship, you just don't agree on everything. And there's got to be room for compromise. But the thing that that the residents came to us with is that we want an agreement that is enforceable. That's something that can be enforced. And our attorney said that this can be enforced. Well, okay.
It can be enforced for the group that has allowed it. It can't be enforced for the group that has gone in and signed the leases between the individual and the park owner. This will have nothing to do with those people. They're signed, sealed, and delivered.
And they're satisfied.
There's nothing we can do about that. That's already done.
Right.
That doesn't mean it's not enforceable for the people that are waiting, that haven't signed.
If 84% of the people have already signed a lease.
84% of the people have agreed on something, but they are not agreeing on the signatures.
And 16% of the people haven't, then at maximum, this could only affect 16% of the mobile home park owners.
Not even that much. Mr. Watson?
Approximately 260 spaces have either not been contacted with me or have not responded.
So it's, for them, they haven't opted in. They haven't even picked up our calls.
But what this tells me is that 86% are satisfied with the park owners, and they trust them, and they like their amenities, and they like what they've been given. So that tells the whole
Council member, I
tale.
hate to interrupt, but I don't want a misconception. 84% of the park owners have executed or are going to execute. The space renters, again, they helped negotiate the lease that's attached, but don't confuse the two. They're not in any way voting in favor of this. It's the park owners who have.
But by signing the lease, though, they
Within those parks, if they sign a lease, then they're
they show that
satisfied with the park.
satisfied, they show
Correct.
that they trust the owners,
Yeah.
they show,
At that level, yes.
Yes, absolutely, and that's what my point was.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I apologize.
Yeah. Okay.
What are we going to do?
Okay.
We need to do something.
Okay. Okay.
Well, if there's no more discussion, I will make a motion in regards to the Model Lease 2020 Enforcement Agreement and a recommendation to adopt a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute the enforcement agreements for the Model Lease 2020 with mobile home park owners.
Do I hear a second?
Can you second it?
Well, doesn't matter. I'm asking you.
Okay.
I know Ms. Soto's not going to second it because she doesn't.
For the purpose of having a vote on it, I'll second it.
Okay. Any further discussion? Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Councilmember Waterfield?
Aye.
Councilmember Moats?
Aye.
Councilmember Cordero?
No.
Councilmember Soto?
No.
And Madam Mayor Patino?
Aye. Okay. It's 10 after 10. So, I'd like to bring, let's see, the next order of business is a regular business item. Madam Clerk, could you please read the title?
The City Council will consider an ordinance amending the Santa Maria Municipal Code to implement a lottery system permit process for fireworks loops.
Okay, shall we wait for everyone to leave? Yeah, let's take a 5-minute break.
Thank you.
5 minutes.
Weekly.
The next order of business is another regular business item. Madam Clerk, could you please read the title?
The City Council will consider an ordinance amending the Santa Maria Municipal Code to implement a lottery system permit process for fireworks booths.
The staff report is be given by Fire Chief Mr. Champion.
And Madam Mayor, as he's walking up, I could mention that, just by way of introduction, that this agenda item comes before the council per the council's request last July when Assistant City Manager Patrick Weimiller brought to the council fireworks update, and it related in two areas. One was updating the city's ordinance on illegal fireworks, and the second was looking to update our process for having safe and sane firework booths in the city. And since that time, Chief Champion and Recreation and Parks Director Posada have been outreaching with the community and have developed the proposal that's here for you tonight. And Chief Champion can describe the process we've had to date and where we are tonight.
Thank you. Chief Champion?
Thank you, Mayor Patino and City Council. Just for the purpose of tonight's discussion, I did have a 53-slide PowerPoint that I conveniently left in my office, so I'm sure you appreciate that.
Just run right over and get it because we are so eager to see
Yes. No, I don't have a PowerPoint, sorry. The purpose is to complete one of the fire department's 1920 goals, and that is to update the safe and sane fireworks booth permitting process to reflect a more equitable means for nonprofit organizations to participate. And so this has been something that staff has been discussing for many years. It's been discussed at the mandatory meetings for the past couple of years with the nonprofits. And so we're finally at a point where this has become a priority, as City Manager Stillwell said. Assistant City Manager Weimiller, when we were talking about the illegal fireworks and the fireworks in general, this all came up, and so this aligns well with our goal. On November 7th, we had a meeting over at the Manami Center, and during that meeting, I explained to all those in attendance who were those nonprofits who have been in the system for many years and those that have been sitting on a waiting list. During that time, I explained the program, the processes that we were proposing, dates and timelines, and that the focus was to make an equitable process, one that has a level playing field for all nonprofits here in the city of Santa Maria. So there was a lot of discussion, and I would say that it was very cordial and respectful. I answered a lot of questions, and it really comes down to wrapping our heads around a change. And this is a change, and this is something that's been in place for a long time. But if we were today to craft some sort of a fireworks program and to develop a model that would be equitable to all nonprofits within the city of Santa Maria, this is something that we would, this is our baseline. This is what we are proposing to do. And so currently, and in the past couple of years, a number of years, we have limited the booths to 25 booths allowed in the city. Now, in the municipal code, there is an allowance and a ratio for how many booths we can allow. And that ratio is 1 booth per 3,000 population. So according to our population today, that means there would be 36 booths allowed. Now, in the past, we've limited to 25, and at times there has been, it's gone down to 23. Because of limited staff to oversee the program. With the Brecken Parks Department coming on board to help manage the program, and with additional staff in our Fire Prevention Bureau, we're able to increase that number to what is allowed in the municipal code, and that is 36 booths. So the proposal is that anytime we have more than 36 applicants, that's more than 36 nonprofits in the city of Santa Maria applying for a booth permit, that would trigger a lottery. And so if we get that 37th application, all 37 applications would go into a lottery system on a random draw, and unfortunately one person would not be engaging in fundraising activities for fireworks that year. If we have 25 applicants, then all 25 are in, and then we can look at adding the remaining 11, if you will, into a lottery system that would include those areas, those nonprofits that are outside of the city limits, the unincorporated area of Orchid, for example. So that is basically the skeleton of the program, of the lottery. We have a deadline of January 31st for everybody to submit an application. And then at that time, we will determine whether or not we have over the 36 limit. And if we do, that would trigger a lottery, which we would then, Rec and Parks would actually implement that lottery a week later on February 7th. At the time of the applications, the applicants will not have to provide a location of where they're going to be at yet. They don't have to get permission from the property owner yet because that is too early and premature in the process. Once they're awarded a permit and an allowance for a booth to operate, then that's when they will go out and get all of the state certifications that are required, the license, the property owner's permission for that deadline in June, when that would actually occur. So that is real quickly trying to explain the lottery process and the direction we're going for the program. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Ms. Waterfield has a question.
Yes, Chief Champion, is there any latitude for those nonprofits to be grandfathered in who have been loyal from year after year after year to not be part of the lottery system? I mean, they've abided by the rules, for decades, and then all of a sudden we're throwing them into a same pot as those that have not. So I want you to clarify that.
Sure. So right now, those that are in, and they have been just fortunate enough to be at the right place at the right time when this was crafted. If we grandfather those organizations those entities into the program, then in essence, we're really not changing anything. We're trying to level the playing field so that all nonprofits have an equal opportunity each and every year for a chance for their organization, their nonprofit, to engage in fundraising activities. If we say that the chosen few have been and will be and never will be able to lose their spot, then we're really not changing the intent of the program that we're trying to do.
How many nonprofits do we have in the city of Santa Maria?
I have no idea how many nonprofits there are.
You should know that. You should know that number.
I know how many are.
How many have participated in the application process for the fireworks booth?
So we have 11 organizations, entities that are on a waiting list, and we have about 25 that are inactive right now.
25 that are inactive?
That are active.
Oh, that are active, 25.
Yes.
So last year, how many permits did you give out?
I believe there was 23.
20. Why did you not give out 25?
I believe one or two had dropped out, and again, we were dealing with, a decision was made just because of staff time to deal with it.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Moats?
Chief, how many of the applicants were from outside the city of Santa Maria amongst the 25 or the 23 that got a spot last year?
I believe 4. Yes, 4.
Okay.
Or in the Orchid area.
So if we had 20, well, let's say we had 25 people that wanted to be a part of the program last year and 11 were on the waiting list. Coincidentally, that's 36.
That is correct.
Do you think there's any chance that everybody who applies will get in?
So Dennis Smitherman with Rec and Parks was there on November 7th meeting, and he had a sign-in sheet. And I believe the numbers that we got were right around the 36 number. So in essence, if we get 36 applicants, then 36 are in, and at least this round, this year, all would be in.
Except for the people in Orchid that want to be in but won't be. Huh?
There were not any additional
Okay,
applications.
so that includes
So
the
if we're
organ
36 and under, then they would be in.
Okay, well, that would be nice.
Yes.
Any other questions? Okay. Madam Clerk, do we have any written correspondence?
Staff has received one letter from Dennis Ravel, who's the president and CEO of Representing American Promotional Events, TNT Fireworks, and provided language from a model fireworks ordinance developed by the Office of the California State Fire Marshal. And I have 6 requests to speak.
6 requests. It's late, so you guys are going to get 1 minute. That would make me real popular. No, go ahead and have 3 minutes to speak. Peggy Tomasio, followed by Edwin Weaver, followed by Richard Tilley.
I'd like to thank you, Madam Mayor and the City Council, for your patience, and everyone here that has waited all night. It's been a long night. I do want to address a couple things. Right now, we have 36, but that's not with the public knowing that all our nonprofits can participate in fireworks stands. I believe that number will significantly change come January and next year. I believe we'll have many more people interested in it, and they could qualify, which would put all of Orchid out. It would take all of the nonprofits from Orchid and remove them from the firework program. We are a small church. I represent our small church of Crucified Life Church, and we got the best of both worlds. We waited 17 years, but we've had our stand for 3 years. So we know what it's like to wait, and we know what it's like to benefit from it. And I do believe that if we grandfather in the 21 or 23 active people that were here last year, it gives us another 13 to lottery off every year. Because there are people here that have spent the better part of 20 or 30 years using this as their budget, using this to base what they're going to be able to do this year or next year, including us, because we're using this as a base to build our daycare in the future. And so it's very difficult for us to budget not knowing whether we're going to get a stand or not. So I'd like you to consider grandfathering us in. If you don't mind, I'd like to humbly request that on behalf of myself and everyone else that's had a permit and done all that we needed to do to qualify. So I thank you for your time.
Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
You're located where?
We are located on Fessler.
Oh, okay, so you're located here in Santa Maria.
We're in Santa Maria.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how much money did you realize? What part of your budget is dependent on this?
We earned about $3,000 to $4,000 on our stand this year, and there's no way we could make that up. We do barbecues and other things, and we barely make $1,000. So we would lose 75% of our budget.
Oh, okay. Ms. Waterfield has a question.
Did you say you waited 17 years
Yes.
before you can? Okay.
We waited 17 years. So I understand them wanting to do an equitable and fair process, but we did. We waited 17
No, but
years.
you abided by the rules, and so you just,
Very
okay.
much so.
No, I understand.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Oh, I'm sorry.
So what did you do for 17 years? How did you make your money?
We did barbecues. At the time, tri-tip was a lovely $2 a pound. It's now $4. We can no longer, do a barbecue that benefits $1,500 3 times a year. We're down to barbecues that barely make $400 twice a year. So our ability to make money has shifted significantly over 20 years.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. That's it. Edwin Weaver, followed by Richard Tilley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm representing the Orchid Polo Association. My son Ian, who lives in the city of Santa Maria, attends Rigetti, and they've been undefeated all 4 years he was there. Go Warriors. Very proud parent of that. The one thing I think I understand what you're trying to do, and I appreciate it, because I think as the other hat I wore at Fighting Back, I always wondered why couldn't we get a fireworks stand, and I heard about this long waiting list. But the one thing to consider about this, the location being the requirement. Orchid Polo Association serves this Rigetti School, and those students who attend Rigetti come from the city of Santa Maria, Guadalupe, Los Alamos. They come from lots of places, but they do come from the city of Santa Maria. Just because our mailing address is Orchid doesn't mean we don't serve the citizens of Santa Maria, and I think that's true for all the sports at Rigetti. They just happen to be a school that takes students from all over. And so even though our mailing address is Orchid, the students, the children we serve are both residents of the city of Santa Maria as well as outside the city. And that's where it gets super complicated. I don't envy the chief trying to navigate this thing. But I do think maybe the location of the mailing address of the nonprofit isn't as important as who does the nonprofit serve. Do they serve the citizens of the city of Santa Maria? Or, you know, you could actually have a nonprofit come into Santa Maria, establish a mailing address, and all of their service is outside of the city. And that's not what the intention of the fundraiser is for. So I don't mean to make it super complicated, but maybe somewhere in there looking at who does the nonprofit serve. If they serve the citizens of Santa Maria, then they get that first shot at the lottery. And if they don't, then they are in the overflow. Just a thought. Thanks.
Thank you. Richard Tilley, followed by Eddie Johnson.
I'm Richard Tilley. I'm the past commander of American Legion Post 56. I am currently the second vice. I did attend the firework meeting at the Menominee Center. I believe that was last month. I don't remember the day. I wish Dennis was still here because the participating nonprofits from this year, I believe that was only 19. I wish he was here to clarify that. I believe that that's what I wrote down in my notes. And one of the questions that was asked was, I thought we had 24, 25 was the number, and then I believe he said that because there were funding issues within the fire department, that when someone dropped out, they didn't replace them with somebody off of the waiting list, and then that was the reason they got down to 19. So I think that's maybe more of an accurate number. Like I said, I can't recall exactly, but I wish he was here to clarify that. The fireworks sales is our major fundraiser. We'd have trouble surviving without it. I do have a couple of requests. First is if this ordinance is approved, that organizations like the American Legion that has been selling fireworks for a long, long time, we're grandfathered in. And my other request is that when this comes up for the second reading, can we be scheduled before the vaping and the rent control issues?
Maybe.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lou Gillis. Oh, no, Eddie Johnson. I'm sorry. Eddie Johnson. Good evening, Eddie Johnson.
Hey, how you doing, Madam Mayor? It's good to see you again.
Good to see you again.
Esteemed council members, thank you for your time. I'm here to represent Victory Harvest, formerly known as Johnson Temple. We are the oldest and longest running fireworks stand in Santa Maria. My father and my mother are the longest and oldest running residing pastors and wife here for over 62 years, and we appreciate the Madam Mayor for coming to their celebration, as well as you, Mr. Cordero, the other day. But we would like to be grandfathered in as well. We would like that request because doing it for 40 years, we're not just a fireworks stand. We have been a huge pillar in this community. The programs that we have is food banks, feed the homeless, clothe the naked, reading programs. We take kids to get their eyes checked and hairs cut, adult programs, back to school extravaganzas where we give kids supplies and clothes and backpacks, pencils, different things like that. Donations are slim for our organization, so we have to rely on the hustle and bustle. And one of the hustles and bustles is the fireworks stands. And we've been doing that for 44 years and for 40 years, and we've been working hard at it. And we feel we earn the right to be grandfathered in. Just because other people are late in arriving doesn't mean you have to kick out people who have been loyal to the system. And that's why we feel that we should be grandfathered in, and we really appreciate the time that you give us to speak about it.
Hey, let me ask you, you told me different things you use it for. How much do you guys usually realize from the sales? This young lady said the other day, we also do barbecues and fish dinners and different things like that, just a part of the hustle. But yeah, we probably do about $4 or $5, maybe $6,000. That has hugely helped because we really bust our tail to make that happen. How many days are you open on that one? 6 days?
7 days.
7 days? Okay.
Yeah, we get every single minute that we are allowed to sell, and I'm sure everybody says the same thing. Yeah.
Okay.
So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lou Gillis, followed by Mark. I can't read that.
Madam Mayor and City Council, I represent the Rancho Bowl Junior Bowlers. Back in 2004, I assumed the duties as the Executive Director of the Santa Barbara County Youth Bowling Association, of which Rancho Junior Bowlers is a part of. They were on the list at that time and had been for some time. We got our booth in 2005, and we have worked it ever since. We've spent numerous hours learning how to abide by the city rules. I don't know of any infractions that we have incurred the whole time that we've been in it. It's our only fundraiser for the junior bowlers. It pays their entry fee into the county tournament, pays for the trophies that are given to them, pays for their entry fee into the state tournament if they want to go. Some years we pay part of their room rent at the state tournament. We give a boy and a girl each year $300 scholarship. They have to apply for it, but it's there for them. Last year we actually gave out through the tournament $1,060 in scholarships. What I would recommend is that you grandfather the groups that are in now, and if you go to a lottery system, let it be the new groups that are on the list. You have any questions?
Yeah, any questions? Are these kids, are the kids on the junior bowlers, are they from Santa Maria and the Orchid area?
They're mostly Santa Maria kids out at Rancho. Yeah.
Okay.
There may be some that live in Orchid.
Okay, thank you. Mike Powell.
Good evening. My name is Mark Powell. I'm the Santa Maria High School teacher. I'm also the department chair for the agriculture department, as well as the advisor for Santa Maria FFA. Santa Maria FFA is a youth organization focused on developing premier leadership, personal growth, and career success for students. All are attributes that the city of Santa Maria needs in their young citizens to improve the city. Our program serves 1,000 students, all of which receive training in these areas that I mentioned. Like all things, it comes at a cost. The different leadership conferences that they attend, the leadership developments, the career development events, they all come at a cost. And we've had a fireworks booth since the 70s. We've been there ever since. We're even at a point where we own our own booth and we own our own point of sales for that specific purpose, and we rely on that funding source to continue to serve those students who obviously are socio and economically disadvantaged, that wouldn't be able to pay for those conferences out of their pockets, and the money we raise for through the fireworks sales directly goes to sending students to those leadership conferences to work on their premier leadership, their personal growth, and career success. So I'm here asking that we, the main groups, be grandfathered in. Thank you.
Thank you. Jerry?
My name is Jerry Litakis, and back in 1983, I headed SMILE, San Maria Independent Living Environment. And Johnson Temple was the first. Boys and Girls Club was the second. SMILE was the third. Fourth, Victory Outreach. I can name the original grandfathered in. And you asked how we raised. I had to raise $40,000. And we made the first year, the ARC, Vocational Training Center, SMILE made $8,000. And I had to raise $40,000. And lo and behold, we serve developing disabled. And I wrote a $2.2 million grant, and Lois Katz thanked me personally. So we went from 6 to 18, and my budget went to $100,000. And someone asked how we raised the money. You name it, I went after it. The Eagle, the Alps, Sister Janet Corcoran, the City Council Community Block Grant. Those 21 organizations were grandfathered in back up until 96. The population now is what, 135, 150,000? And Orchid should be included. Okay, even Guadalupe should be included. Our population has grown. The needs of the community have grown. And the originals, like Johnson Temple, okay, Salvation Army, Boys and Girls Club, the Vote, the ARC, all those service organizations who are raising money for their own barbecues, you name it. We used to do Christmas tree sales. We used to do the fireman dance in the hat. And I've been before the council since 1983 till 1996 to beg, borrow, and possibly even steal from the city, from any organization that would give. And Santa Maria is a very giving city now. It's not a town anymore. It's a city. So you should grandfather everybody in, because we are 135,000, 150,000. Oxnard is larger than us.
Thank you. Thank you. Louis Linney.
Madam Mayor and Council, first off, thank you for continuing to come up with creative ways to get me back to your beautiful city. First thing I just want to say is I'm humbled, because honestly, there are two things that probably everybody that comes up to the podium here at every single council meeting thinks. The first is that their issue is the most important one you're going to talk about, and the second is they're right and everybody else is wrong. After sitting through the rent control ordinance, as well as the vaping ordinance, as important as fireworks are to me personally, it's how I make my living, and to you groups, it kind of pales a little bit with some of the decisions that you folks are forced to reach. So again, I appreciate your patience and I appreciate your listening. That was our PR director who sent you that letter. Dennis writes letters like attorneys, and only other attorneys read them. But there are some important technical deficiencies in this ordinance as being proposed that I think I can probably point out more as a layman would be, that I think that if you are not able to correct at the beginning, regardless of what decisions you take on the grandfather or not, will end up with organizations camped out in either the attorney's office or the city manager's office or right back here. The first thing is starting with the lack of dates. You should absolutely put when, and if you decide to hold a lottery, when's that lottery going to be held? How long do those groups have to come back with their appropriate paperwork? Right now, that is silent. Honestly, I read that ordinance, and what it looks like is an attempt to take the old ordinance and just bolt new stuff on top of it, and it's like putting a Ferrari on a 1964 VW chassis. It just doesn't really work as well as you would want it to. Proof of nonprofit. Also something very technical that unfortunately we in the fireworks industry have had to become very, very familiar with over the last few years. The chief spoke. Can I beg a few more moments? Yes. Thank you, and I am speaking as fast as I can with being... Thank you.
Go ahead.
The chief, in both a meeting with me and I believe at the Manami Center, mentioned that it was going to be a 501c3 to participate. That's not in the ordinance. Instead, it has a bar of articles of incorporation filed with the Secretary of State's minimum of 2 years. I can tell you that the organizations that are presently selling all have 501c3s because we went out and checked when this came up. That is the gold standard. What you're asking for is something that you can get in about 15 minutes online with the Secretary of State's office, but they may not have it right now. So what's going to happen if they go out and apply for that on January 30th in order to get back in with the city, but they won't have had that for 2 years in advance? That alone could disqualify your groups. Your list of categories that you have here, by the way, technically churches and youth organizations would no longer be allowed to sell, because you do have a list of about 6 or 7 different specific categories, and significantly missing in that is religious and youth-based groups. These are really, really inside baseball things that probably would not, or maybe not be enforced. But again, you're looking, as the chief pointed out, he's trying to put something in place for generations to come. It's just going to take one person to stumble across these and create problems that would end up back with you folks. Also, I think the biggest thing is the chief has talked not only at the Menominee Center, but here tonight again, that if there are only 36 Santa Maria groups that apply, that the Orcutt groups would then be into some sort of backup, didn't get enough people lottery. That's not in the ordinance, and that wouldn't be allowed. Unless I missed it, so I'm looking at Mr. Watson if he's reading fast, so again, I apologize in case these things aren't, if I'm incorrect, I'm not trying to be but I just wanted to put some of the things that Mr. Ravel wrote to you about in a little bit plainer language with some of the repercussions that could come, and believe me, I have seen them where people are irate. Personally, obviously, we don't tend to, as an industry, the choice to grandfather or not is an internal matter. We feel very closely with a lot of these groups. We've been selling for 20, 30, 40 years. My father did business with some of these people, so does it tug at the heartstrings, and I hope that you do grant their request? Absolutely, but that's, of course, the decision for the city council. I think there's also been there's a lot of talk about the number of licenses going back and forth and what notification was and wasn't given to the groups and what kind of input they did and didn't get. I watched the council meeting from 2 weeks ago when the chief said there were 23 licenses in town. We told him that there are 25. We pointed out that no, there were only 23. Again, that came up at the meeting at the Menominee Center. I went back into our records, and as recently as I think it was 9 years ago, there were 27 licenses in town. So as people have been dropping out, the fire department has not been replacing the licenses. And that's honestly been fine with the industry because we do think of it as a pie, and it allows the existing nonprofits to do better, to just do better. So we never pushed or called or said, hey, this is what your ordinance says you're supposed to do. We abided by the fire department's idea of letting them go. At the meeting of the Menominee Center, we were also, including myself and the nonprofits, we weren't asked for an opinion or input. There was no stakeholders meeting. We were told that this was already passed at the previous council. So this was a done deal, including the fact that in the letter that invited the nonprofits to the meeting, it said that's a mandatory meeting, that if you weren't there, you weren't able to apply, period. And we have groups, I know that Lou pointed out to me that he never got a copy of the letter. He heard from us when we called him and said, hey, are you going to be there? So we're not sure how enforceable that would or wouldn't be. Again, that's, Mr. Watson is right off there, off the, looking it up, trying to enforce what he can and can't enforce, but that was what was told to the groups. So I think it's a testimony that all of these people stayed here for as long as they did, thinking that this was really a done deal, not really even knowing if they had a chance of being grandfathered in. We would actually suggest a compromise. We would suggest that you do grandfather in the existing groups. Personally, that includes Orcutt, but obviously that's a very sensitive decision for the council to make. We would suggest that you take that as a group drops out, that they lose that license, and you put that into a pool as one of the nonprofits suggested. I would actually recommend a lower number than 36. People think fireworks companies always want more and more stands, but no, we want our groups to be successful and to be happy. We would recommend a more operational number of 1 license for every 4,000 residents, which would give you about 26 or 27 licenses. So that would immediately allow you to give 5 new licenses out. As anyone drops, that license would go into the lottery. So I do appreciate your time. I do this a lot. I do this for a living, but I always get nervous. My hands are shaking here, so my voice is talking fast.
You can thank Ms. Waterfield for your extra time.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Councilwoman. If there are any questions, obviously I've stayed this long. I'm staying until we're done.
Any questions?
I don't really have a question. It's just a matter of clarification. I was at that meeting
Yes, sir.
in Menominee, and I sit up right here, usually two days a month. And as a member of the city council, we never approved anything. And I don't remember that being brought up at that meeting. It was mentioned that it had been mentioned, but nothing was ever approved. And how you got that, I don't know.
Well, first off, is I met with the chief that morning, and he told me it was voted on at the previous city council meeting. And one of the nonprofits said, "Are you just dictating this to us? Is this a done deal?" And the answer was yes. And I know you were there, Councilman Cordero. I appreciate your attending, as I'm sure do the nonprofits, that you care enough to be there to see what's going on for them. So I apologize. I'm not trying to insult anybody. I'm just letting you know what I saw and what was told to me.
Any questions of Mr. Linney? None? Thank you very much. Okay.
Is that it? Come on, I want to
It's over. Goodbye. Okay, I'll bring this back to the council. Dr. Moats?
I kind of like that compromise issue. I think we should phase this in. I think that for the next time, all the people that were grandfathered before should be grandfathered again, and then the other ones put in a lottery, and then everybody goes to a lottery the year after. That's sort of gradually getting into it.
Yeah.
Gradual in 1 year is gradual?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not
Okay.
crazy about that idea, because when you have someone that's been doing it for 40 years and have waited 17 years and they abided by the rules, I think that they should be grandfathered in until they want to give up their license, because they've got that choice.
How about 2 years?
Well,
Mr. Cordero?
I was at that meeting, and I think that Chief Champion did an excellent job of trying to reach an agreement that would put everyone in first place at the beginning. Everyone starts in the same spot. Yes, there's every bit of the possibility that some people won't be selected. And I'm looking over here at the church guy. I don't want to stare him in the eye. Or, how's your dad doing his retirement? Great. But I think they did a great job. He did a great job at trying to establish a system that makes everyone equal. And if you grandfather 25 people in, or 20, whatever it ends out to be, then you're not really changing anything. There's no change at all. It's going to be just like it is. So then the change becomes insignificant. I know it's painful. I know that it's difficult. But what could have happened for these people that haven't been selected, that are sitting on that waiting list? I'm not interested in kicking anybody out, and I'm sure that nobody here is, but the system is old and needs some changes. So I think that Chief Champion did an excellent job of trying to do this. Yes, it may need to be some refining need to be done, but the moment you start grandfathering people in, then you say you got 10 immediately, I guarantee you'll have 25 or however many licenses there are before long. They're asking for their grandfather. Something I don't think you covered, Chief, was the possibility of a partnership. Did you cover that? There is that. Is this still a possibility? Sure. There is the possibility that, say, a person that has been in for a long time, the church. They've been in for a long time. And then I come up with an organization and I say, well, I was selected in the lottery. Is there a possibility we could partner? You know, so I think that's a compromise. I'm going to make some money and you're going to make some money. You're not going to make as much as you normally would have made. I wouldn't make as much as I could have made, but the partnership could be valuable for us. So I think there's a way to try to bring people back into the fold so that we can develop a better system. And painful it will be for those who don't make it. I am absolutely certain of that. But sometimes change is painful. And I don't mean that to be unconcerning about any particular group. I have grandchildren that may or may not depend on funds from any one of these booths. But the change needs to happen. Several years ago, many people aren't aware of this, several years ago there was some discussion about getting rid of fireworks stands altogether. So let's try to keep it going and consider the fact that we can partner, or you can partner. And there are other ways that we'd have to be innovative and try to make money. So I support Chief Champion's efforts, and I think grandfathering is going to create an issue that is going to grow exponentially with more people wanting to be grandfathered. I've been on the list for 17 years. I want to be grandfathered in. So that's the kind of stuff you're going to see.
Well, I think people need some time to adapt. I mean, people make budgets out. They plan on making $4,000 next year. And you just need some time to adapt to the possibility that you could lose a spot in the lottery. So
Yeah.
that's why I kind of like keeping the legacy people in for 1 or 2 years.
Three.
Maybe three,
Three.
whatever Etta thinks. And let the other people have a lottery, and then at some point switch over and make it a lottery for everybody, and that'll give them time for long-range financial planning.
I think a 2-year would be good because then that would include folks who are on fiscal year or calendar year in case there's that overlap. Fiscal year or, well, you all heard what I said.
You know, I don't know. I do have heartburn with telling people that, you know, we're going to throw you all in the same bunch. It's almost like everyone gets a participation trophy. You know, we put everybody on an equal basis when others have worked harder than others to make sure that they get their paperwork in, that they get everything they need year after year after year. So I think the participation trophy is baloney to me, because we've had people out here that have been very faithful to it. You know, it's a pleasure of the council in regards to this, but I want an explanation. What is your definition of a lottery system? I want to know what that is. Define lottery to me.
Thank you, Councilmember Waterfield. The lottery is, we didn't get into the minutia of what the lottery was, how it was going to actually occur, but it's a random draw, like you would see in a bingo, you know,
Okay. Like a reverse
event.
drawing.
Yeah, and so this would be a random draw. Our intent wasn't to convolute the municipal code, it was to actually streamline it. And if I may speak to just a few of the points that were made earlier.
Well, let me finish to what I'm doing. I don't want to lose my frame of thought here. In regards to the lottery system, there is not a lottery date that you will be pulling these names out at random. You have a date no later than January 31st that a list shall be in the possession of the city of Santa Maria. And from that date, you go to June the 5th, where the permits have to be, or the applications have to be submitted. We need a date for the lottery because the nonprofits need to know exactly what's going on and what time has been elapsed here. I've highlighted a lot of things, so we've done that. The annual meeting, you put an annual meeting section in here, and it says, "Failure to attend this meeting shall be deemed a withdrawal from the fireworks sale programs." Well, what happens if someone shows up late? Is it 15 minutes late, half an hour late? We need to be very specific in how we are going to look at something like this, because this is new. I don't know if it's better, but it's new for everyone involved. Sometimes, if it's not broken, don't fix it. That's the way I look at stuff. And what are the qualifications for the applicants to receive a permit? That needs to be clarified in regards to what it is that's going on. And so far, that's all I have.
Okay.
Do you have anything you want to say? Okay.
I think
I agree. I think they should be grandfathered in. I can remember years and years I worked the FFA booth for Santa Maria High. But, I also think that these kids in the valley, I think that just because there is a city line over here, to me, it doesn't mean anything. Their parents, they shop in Santa Maria. And I just think they need to be included. And is there anyone from St. Joe's here? No.
St. Joe's used to do it.
I'm sort of.
Well, no, I don't know. I guess because I think all these kids are ours in the valley, I hate to eliminate the kids from the Orchid area. There's a lot of them at Rigetti High School.
Pacific Christian Church is a good example.
Yeah.
They have a booth and they're right on the line. I would imagine a lot of people who attend that church live in the city and
yeah.
Future farmers of America.
Well.
Back in the day, go back in the archives. The city council, all these issues were
Okay, thank you, Jerry. So, anyway, those are my feelings, but I really, really feel maybe a longer period of the grandfather, but I really feel they should be grandfathered in.
Mm-hmm. I do too.
Madam Mayor,
Yeah.
I have a
Yes.
question. What's the process, Chief Champion, for someone to receive a permit, a permit or a license, the way it's set up now, for a firework booth?
So currently, the existing list of the nonprofits have to attend a mandatory meeting, and they have to turn in their application with all the required information. And once that does, that just keeps them in the process for that year, and it'll be the same repeat next year and so forth. So that's the process.
That's the process if we adopt this, or the way?
That's the way it is currently.
Oh, that's the way it is currently. Okay, and so now we're wanting to do that, continue to do that, but once they submit the application, they would be entered into a lottery system.
So what we're saying and proposing is that those organizations would submit an application meeting the requirements that we have stipulated. Then we're basing the number of applicants as the trigger for whether or not we have a lottery or not.
Oh, so, okay. I see what
The
you're
lottery
saying.
is not automatic.
No.
Right, it's only if we have more applicants that
Correct.
we do booths. Oh.
Are you the mayor?
Yes, I am right now. Are there any other questions? Chief Champion? Yes, Mr. Cordero.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem.
Not anymore.
I just, there's some talk, and it sounds to me like, kind of listening here as to there's get a feeling from the council already about grandfathering. So I'm wondering about this. If there's some success here with the grandfathering, is there room in that to take, let's for a moment say we have 30 applicants, and you extend it 3 years, so that the first year, the lottery goes in the other direction. We put the 30 people in the hat, you draw out 10, and now it's only the 20 for the second 2 years. So it's year 2 and year 3. And then in year 2, you draw out 10 more names, and then in year 3, then it's everybody's in the possibility of a lottery. If the lottery comes out, instead of just, the fear I have is that if you just say, okay, we're going to extend it 3 years, then in 3 years we'll be right back here with these fine people saying, hey, wait a minute, man, we didn't have a chance to do this. So if you're going to extend it, then in the first year, at the end of the first year, you start taking some of it away, so it's a little bit at a time. Was there room for that in your thinking, in anybody's thinking?
I like Dr. Moses' thinking.
Excuse me. I guess I missed
The
that.
2-year, and then giving folks the opportunity to budget
Well, it's
out.
true, they need to plan ahead and
It sounds like there might be a lot of technical work that needs to be done legally, too.
Absolutely.
Give
There's
plenty of time to do that.
Yeah, and we need to look at it and make sure,
Can
all of
we
these things.
study this for 2 years?
Yeah.
We just,
I know, I was being facetious there.
Yeah, I mean, and I think it would also be good for some of the clarifications that were brought up.
So maybe we should continue it and bring it
Like-
back for,
Like
Yeah.
in the ordinance, just clarifying because there's a big difference between tax exempt, 501c3, nonprofit. There's a lot of different definitions for those. They mean different things. And so being very clear, also being more clear on the date of when the lottery is going to take place and just like the process so that folks understand.
yeah, I
What
think
they
there's
need
a
to
lot of
do.
information that we still need to get before we make a vote on this, so I think we need to continue it. Plus, it'll give a lot of the nonprofits, notice that, they can come in and look at a hard, clean copy. And we can put in an option, do we want to grandfather in? If we do, how many years? That whole thing. So I would make a motion to continue.
well, we're up against the time clock here. I realize that you can say that 4th
Right.
of July is just, it's 7 months away, or more than that.
You're absolutely right.
But we're coming up against the clock here, because I can tell you right now that we're already making plans at United Way for the rodeo.
But the original clock was March 25th, and they moved it up to January 31st, so we can just keep that original
There
clock
is
in.
no January 34th.
31st. 31st.
Oh, yes, there is.
So, there's no really big deal in this about the time frame. Just get in there and get all the information that you need, and Tom's a wizard, so Mr. Watson's a wizard, I apologize.
Well, I was just going to say, I'm okay with voting on this with those conditions that we had discussed earlier.
So we would, if that were the case, Madam Mayor, sorry.
Go ahead.
We would bring it back as a first reading, so that would help with the time issue if you're concerned about it this year. And maybe Chief Champion can clarify a couple of the points, but what I heard is we can revamp it to include the comments that we received in the written correspondence, looking at a grandfather process, including the whole valley with some transition period. And if we make those changes, it would come back as a first reading of the ordinance, if that's the council's desire.
When would we discuss it again?
January?
Yeah, it probably would be the January meeting.
Okay.
Yeah.
That gives everybody enough time to make their plans?
Yeah.
Sure.
We can make it work. Madam Mayor, if I may just
Yes, go
clarify a
ahead.
few points, please. Regarding last council meeting, the direction about this issue, it was language that had inadvertently gotten left out. It was presented to council to vote on in the first reading about the fireworks lottery system for a second reading tonight. Conferred with council, and that's why we're revisiting this tonight. So it wasn't a done deal. It was just that it was already made the first reading, and we were supposed to be in a second reading tonight. So I didn't want it to look like we were trying to slide something in. Regarding population in the city of Santa Maria, the ratio of booths per population isn't the Santa Maria Valley. It is the city of Santa Maria. And I'm representing those nonprofits within the city of Santa Maria, not the nonprofits in the Orchid area. And it does send a little bit of a mixed message when in the county there aren't fireworks are illegal, safe and sane fireworks are illegal, and they are illegal here. So it does send a little bit of a mixed message, at least from my department, and so that's some input on there. And there are some very worthy nonprofits, and it's very difficult to point to any which one that is more important than the other. And so I'm trying to do my best to represent all. And Mr. Lenny was correct in that the language seems to be almost a boilerplate from the existing language, and that's correct. So that the proof of nonprofit, that's existing language. We didn't add that. That's existing. The list of organizations, that's existing. If you're late to a meeting, there is a process in which a nonprofit can appeal, and I've been a part of that. I had St. Mary's Church was late to a meeting. They were excluded from that process. They appealed to me and made their case, and they ended up getting back in. So all that is existing language. Literally, the only thing we were trying to do in the municipal code was add that there's a lottery system. Everything else is the same. And as far as the date, January 31st, that was for this year. Next year, it might be on a different date in January. And it was communicated that February 7th was the date for the lottery. Everyone at that meeting was told that date. And so, February 7th. And so, we're getting into the minutia of how this is all going to work, and what I was trying to do is streamline the municipal code, and this other process is internal between how the Rec and Parks was going to handle the lottery and how we were going to be involved. Literally, the fire department's involvement is to sign a permit. We're not even involved, we're not even mandated to be involved in this process, but we're trying to offer a solution as a city, because we do have safe and sane fireworks sales and use, to make a system that works for everybody. So I just wanted to clarify those few things, and that council can direct as you wish, and we can certainly go back and look at grandfathering some of those existing nonprofits in.
Ms. Waterfield?
Yeah, I think that, the minutia part that you're talking about, that needs to be cleaned up. We've got to have the solid dates. We've got to have all these things that we never looked at before. No one ever came back at us and, charged us with anything in regards to what we wrote and what we did. So I think we have to be in compliance with what we say here and what we do in the future. So
I agree 100% with that.
We got to make sure we cover everything. So dates are very important. You saying that maybe it's going to be this date this year, that date next year. We can't. We've just got to make a decision on the dates as we go forward. So I'm looking at this, that there's a lot of cleanup to do in our original code that you told us. And then we got to make sure we add the churches and the youth groups in here.
They're already in there.
And so want to make sure that all that is taken care of.
Okay.
So.
Thank you.
Okay, so what's... Yeah, we had a motion. You had a motion? To continue.
With direction to do certain cleanup and bring back as a first ordinance. Thank you.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Councilmember Waterfield. Aye. Councilmember Moats.
Aye.
Councilmember Soto.
Aye.
Councilmember Cordero.
Aye.
Madam Mayor Patino.
Aye. Okay. So, no? Next, you're all welcome to stay. The next order of business is a regular business item. Madam Clerk, could you please read the title?
The City Council will consider an amendment to the California Public Employees Retirement System CalPERS contract.
Staff report is to be given by Human Resources Manager, Ms. New.
Yep. Madam Mayor, members of the council, I'll run with it. She didn't stick around either. So, no, but as a short presentation, the Public Employees Pension Reform Act, PEPRA, allows employers to negotiate various levels of cost sharing with employee labor groups. As a cost-saving measure, there are two portions of the CalPERS cost: the cost that the employer pays, which is the city, and the the cost that the members pay for their benefits. And earlier this year, the City Council entered into negotiations with SEIU, one of our labor groups, and the agreement includes a CalPERS cost share percentage of 2% in the first tier for Tier 1 employees hired prior to July 1, 2011. And in order to implement these changes that have been adopted by the City Council already and by the SEIU labor group, the city's contract with CalPERS must be amended to reflect the cost-sharing agreement between the city and the labor group. And CalPERS has specific regulations. They require that the city of Santa Maria first approve a resolution giving notice of its intention to amend its contract with CalPERS and enact the ordinance presented as this agenda item authorizing an amendment to the CalPERS contract as required by California Government Code 20516. And after the City Council passes the resolution of intention, but before adoption of the ordinance, the Government Code requires that the affected membership group vote to approve the cost-sharing agreement. So that concludes the staff presentation. And if the council adopts the recommended action, it'll go forward to the labor group, come back to the council for final approval for CalPERS.
Are there any questions from the council?
Yes.
Yes,
This
Mr.
is,
Cordero.
this is a matter of law. There's not a lot of choice here.
What drove this was the council's desire to shift costs of pension benefits to the employees and the employees agreeing to it. And in order to effectuate it, CalPERS is the administrator of our pension benefit program, and they require this as a matter of law, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, do we have any written correspondence?
No, Madam Mayor, we do not.
Do we have any requests to speak?
No, Madam Mayor, we do not.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay, I'll bring this item back to the council for discussion and/or a motion.
If there's no discussion.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I make a motion that we introduce an ordinance for the first reading and continue to the future meetings for a second reading and adoption, authorizing the amendment to the contract between the Board of Administration of CalPERS and the City Council of the City of Santa Maria.
And the resolution.
And adopting the resolution.
Is there a second? Second. I have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Councilmember Cordero?
Aye.
Councilmember Modes? Councilmember Waterfield? Councilmember Soto? Madam Mayor Patino?
Aye. Next item is a report by the City Manager, Mr. Stillwell.
So thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. 2 items to report. First off, I wanted to make note of a completed project. Our CAD RMS system went live on November 5th. That is the new 911 dispatch system related records management system. We switched over at 2 a.m. or something like that, had no glitches, and so we are working with this new system that's in place. And if it's the interest of the council, we can give a short presentation of it at the next council meeting just to explain how the new system works so the public can be aware of it, because it is really a behind-the-scenes program that people wouldn't be aware of otherwise, but it's a big improvement to our public safety system. And then as far as upcoming meetings, the next meeting is December 3rd, and we'll have the first reading of the ordinance for art program. And then if it's the council's interest, we can give a short presentation on the dispatch 911 system upgrades. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Reports. Oh.
Rarely do I do it, but I'm super excited
Do we have a report from the attorney?
Yes, ma'am. I'm super excited to announce that I've hired a new assistant city attorney who is currently the city attorney for the city of Arroyo Grande. Her name is Heather Whittam, and she will be joining the firm on Monday, the 23rd. So very excited, and she's going to add a lot of value to the organization. She worked 12 years as a code enforcement prosecutor for the city of Torrance, and she's worked 8 years as a CEQA and land use attorney as a contract city attorney. So my 2 wishes have been met.
Thank you. And you've only been here, what, 2 months? A wish a month? 4 months. 4 months, okay. Mr. Cordero.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's time to go home almost. On the October the 6th, I met with the mobile home owners And I attended a meeting in Santa Barbara regarding CAC. It was a expanded meeting. We had a lot of people there from department directors and so whatnot. On the 7th, I attended the Betaravia Road, the off-ramp for southbound traffic, the completion celebration, if you will. On November the 7th, I also attended the fireworks meeting at Menominee Center that was head up by Chief Champion. On the 8th, I attended the healthcare roundtable at Marion, and I thank you for asking me to go to that. It was
Aren't those wonderful?
it was very interesting. It's also very interesting and for one's own edification as to what they plan on doing with we're all, well, Gloria may not remember, but, you know, the old hospital on Stowe Road.
What are they going to do with it?
They're talking about turning it into
Beds.
put patients there for some mental health assessments and things like that. And assessing people that would otherwise be just released back into the public. That's the talk at the moment. On the 12th, I attended the funeral services for, used to be here, Sergeant Bill Spears' wife. On the 13th, I attended the southeast quadrant of the community meeting that was over at the church across from the restaurant at Stoll and Broadway. Excuse me, Stoll and 101. You know, there's no one out here now, but I would like to have seen a few more people there. Our folks from the city did a great job of showing up and presenting, of making available to the general public all those things that we offer. It just didn't seem like there was a lot of people that showed up, and I would hope that we get some more people. It's for their benefit to have them have the opportunity to approach the council and department heads to make their requests for services. On the 14th, I met again with the mobile home owners, and, excuse me, that was on the 13th. On the 14th, I was principal for a day for Tunnel School, and that was interesting, and they had a lunch at the Maldonado Center. That's always an interesting program. If you haven't done it, it's a good program to get involved with. On the 15th was the kickoff for the kettle kickoff for the Salvation Army. I wasn't able to make that, but I stopped by and left them a donation that I hope would cover several of the...
They noticed that you weren't there, Mike.
They did, of the meals that they served. On the 16th, I attended the Shirley Contreras Meet Santa Maria at the library, and it was put on, the speaker was Joe Dana. He's a descendant of the famous Dana family that is involved with the Dana Adobe up in Nipomo, and the family is nationally famous. They came here hundreds of years ago to the United States, and 200 years after they landed in the northeast United States, they ended up landing here in Nipomo, and they maintain a name there today. The famous Dana Point, a lot of places in San Diego are influenced by this family. And on the 18th, I attended a meeting with Our Lady to look into the pre-planned goals for the council in the upcoming future. And I guess that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
You busy?
Dr. Moats.
Okay, on November 6th, I did the Ben Hayes wrap-up show about the prior city council meeting. November 8th,
You have to talk into the microphone.
I met with Gary Hall about the North Santa Barbara County people from mobile, whatever. On the 11th, I met with the mobile home owners. On the 13th, I went to the town hall meeting for the southeast part of Santa Maria. And on the 18th, I also met with the lady who's discussing the priorities for the city of Santa Maria for the upcoming future.
Ms. Waterfield?
On Wednesday, November 6th, I attended the mobile home park owners meeting here at City Hall. Later that day, I met with Gary Hall at City Hall. Later that day, I met with Phillips 66 at City Hall. November the 7th, I attended Celebrate Philanthropy. I also attended the Betaravia 101 off-ramp grand opening. On Friday the 8th, I attended Local Copy's new ribbon cutting. Later that evening, I attended Hazel Costa's 100th birthday. It was amazing. I met a gentleman over there who was going to be 101, and he was as bright and as coherent as I was going to say, talking to you, Jason. As those two, yes. Monday, November 11th, I attended a meeting in regards to Minerva, which is their upcoming Furs and Spurs event. On Wednesday, the 13th, I attended the City of Santa Maria Community Outreach. Did I do that? I had that. November 15th, I attended the Salvation Army Kettle Kickoff, which was they raised a lot of money. And I am so proud of everybody that attended because I was trying to count it up. They must have raised about $40,000. And it was amazing. It was just amazing.
How'd they do that?
Great people in the audience.
$40,000?
They had a live auction. Jim Glines was the auctioneer.
Okay, got it.
And
okay.
so that tells you why.
I thought that a giant red pot, people putting money in it.
Oh my gosh, no. Well, people did that too.
Yeah.
And then they did Fund a Need, which Fund a Need brought in. Then there was a person, anonymous person that matched up to $10,000. So if you did 10, then it was going to be 20,000. So it was just fantastic. So they did very well because they have run short of their budget. And November 18th, yesterday, I met with Jason in the council briefing. Then I drove down to Central Coast Water Authority down in Buellton and just getting a quick update on what's going on there, and that was it.
Thank you. Ms. Soto?
On Wednesday the 6th, I joined a call with the mobile home park owners I went to the Celebrate Philanthropy luncheon on the 7th. Oh, but left early, but I was there. On the 14th, I went to the Celebrate Leadership and Education luncheon at the Able. And then yesterday, the 18th, I jumped on a call with Edwin Weaver. And then today, I was appointed to the Community Development and Housing Policy Committee through the League of Cities. So that's exciting, and I had my first meeting today. Felt like I was drinking from a fire hydrant, but there's a lot of interesting stuff coming up starting January 1st, which I don't know if we're going to be discussing about ADUs. So that's interesting. And then lastly, I do want to make a comment or make a request. Today we had a lot of folks who were primarily Spanish speakers who came, and we didn't have any of our staff here to provide interpretation for the rest of the audience, for us, or for them to know what's going on. And so I know that we've talked in the past about, if they let us know ahead of time that they'll be coming, that we can provide interpretation. But I think at this point, I frankly don't believe it's right that people have to call to let us know that they'll be attending so that we can accommodate. We should automatically have those accommodations in place given the population of the residents that we serve.
Okay, on November 6th, I had my Mayor's Task Force Teen Council meeting at Santa Maria High and then at Pioneer High School. And thank you very much for those who took my spot and did the things you need to do on the Betaravia Road and the celebration of philanthropy. On November 11th, I spoke at the Veterans Barbecue at the Veterans Memorial Center. November 12th, I attended the Recreation Parks Commission meeting. There was a resolution for Rod Rodenberger. On the 13th, I attended the North County Subregional meeting, and there was only 4 of us there. There was not a quorum. And then I attended the Santa Maria, our community meeting at the Southeast Quadrant at the Cornerstone Church of the Nazarene. On November 14th, I participated as principal for a day at El Camino Junior High and went to the luncheon at the Maldonado Center. On the 15th, I attended the Salvation Army Red Kettle Kickoff Luncheon and then went to the my mayor's Task Force Teen Council rally at Santa Maria High School. Later that afternoon, I attended the Aegis Clinic open house. On the 18th, I had the phone call with the city council for the pre-goals setting workshop interview and met with Gary Hall. And then this morning, I did the Ben Hayes show and did the ribbon cutting at the library shop in the Town Center East. Anything else? Any comment? This meeting is adjourned.